This is Cutie Roo. I am the host for Legally Cute, and Legally Cute is a hotfix show all about cute and cozy speedruns. And I'm definitely into that vibe today because it's cold and it's rainy, but hey, I got my tea, I got my blankie, I got a nice warm sweater, and I am all ready to go. But in the meantime, we do have a lot of fun races today. It's going to be a show full of races, but the first one's going to be our Final Fantasy Mystic Quest randomizer, and it's going to be Save the Crystals. And we are going to be having a few runners on the call as well as commentary. If everybody would like to introduce themselves, we'll go with Caleb first, and then we'll go down.
Hello, I'm Caleb. I am excited to be here. I have never been on GDQ before, but this is one of my favorite new games, the Mystic Quest Randomizer. I've been around it since the beginning with Wild Ham making the randomizer just about a little over a year ago. And it's amazing how far the game has come since then. Super excited to be here.
Aw. Well, next.
I guess that'll be my turn.
Yep, that's your turn.
My name is X10 Pow. I'm very curious at times, but I love being here. I got introduced to Final Fantasy Mystic Quest Randomizer about a year ago, and I stream it every now and then.
Aww. And next, as our commentator.
Hi there, my name is Hebbings, and I'm also part of the Mystic Quest randomizer community. I started running this game a little bit after X10 and Caleb, but I've been around for about 8 months now. It's been some time. I also stream the game from time to time, and I'll be your co-commentator for tonight, bringing my expertise to some of the things you might be seeing during this race.
Well, I'm super, super excited. Are all my racers ready?
Yes.
All right. If we're ready for our countdown.
I'm ready when you are.
Gentlemen, get your names in.
Names. I like the egg name.
Yeah, it's my my nephew named one of my characters in another game, so I just play as Egg now.
That's a great name.
Well, going with that, I'll go with that for my name.
Oh, I love Yoshi. Yoshi's my favorite. Alrighty, whenever you are ready, let's do the countdown.
Alrighty, gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and get this started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Yay!
Alrighty. So, chat, as you might have noticed in the randomizer here, we do not start off with the typical prologue scene. We've taken out a lot of the story sequences involved in the randomizer, just because it does kind of slow things down, and you're usually playing a randomizer after already experiencing the game before. So Ham has coded this primarily in speed. Speaking of speed, there is a speed boost to Benjamin. He doesn't normally move this fast, although your nostalgia might be telling you otherwise. And what we like to do typically here at the start is go ahead and do some item checks. Both of our runners have a very good weapons start. You can randomize the weapon that you start with here. Both of our runners starting with bombs and getting one of their go mode items. So in this seed setting called Save the Crystals, our runners are going to need to defeat all 4 major dungeon bosses before they can get the Sky Coin and gain access to the final dungeon. They will also need a set of items to also get to the final dungeon. So they'll need the Mobius Crest, the Dragon Claw, the Mega Grenades, the Thunder Rock, the Captain's Cap. I don't think I missed anything. But the world is open. Usually you have to go through little pieces of story and you're kind of handheld because it's a very beginner-friendly RPG. The randomizer says go wherever you want as long as you have access to it. So your only gating items here are your coins. And it looks like both of our runners here are about to clear out Foresta and check out the first dungeon. And while they're getting their battlefields clear out, Cutie Roo, I want to know, how did you find out about the randomizer?
I found out about the randomizer because I used to run Final Fantasy Mystic Quest myself. I did the any % category. I was not necessarily the best, but I was happy to just run the game and, you know, just basically kind of learn it and realize what it's like to do an RPG. I've never really am used to a run that's longer than an hour or so. And so to do like a 3-hour run is it's a learning curve. But I actually really do love this game because as a kid, this was like my favorite game on the SNES. And so, it's one of those things when I learned about speedrun, I was like, wait, why not do this one too? So essentially, I just basically just kind of followed it. But I also have a friend named Midnight Vesper. He is the one that was like starting to do the randomizer, and he told me about it. And he was like, Rue, there's a randomizer. You got to play it. And you love randomizers. So I was like, I do. I must play it. But I haven't had the chance to play it. But I do want to learn how to do the randomizers because randomizers are my thing. I've learned the Hollow Knight one. I've learned the Ori and the Blind Forest. I've also done Ori Will of the Wisp. So I also know about a Super Mario World randomizer. So yeah, when it comes to randomizers, I do like them. I just have to play them.
And they breathe like infinite life into older games. Like you get to a point where you've like memorized the game, you kind of beaten it into the ground, but the randomizer breathes like brand new life into a game. It adds a new variety of spice that's almost infinitely repeatable, a lot like roguelikes. And I think that's part of the large appeal here.
I did have a question because I've noticing a lot of interest in chat. If you wanted to get into the randomizer, what is the best way to start doing the randomizer? How do you start learning? Do you start playing the game casually, or what would you recommend?
I would actually recommend diving into the randomizer proper. For that, you can find the randomizer at ffmqrando.net. And on the left-hand side of the site where you can generate your seed and get started, there's quick links down to what you need for Go mode, what the different options have in terms of tooltips and everything. It's a very well put together site by the randomizer creator, Wild Ham. And if you need any more help, or you want to be part of the community and starting interacting with the other players of the randomizer, there's a link to the community Discord in there. I myself have actually put together, with the help of my peers who've also run the game, a new player room. So we have a new player seed set up for first timers. We have guides, we have resources. So if you don't remember what the battlefields give as rewards, we got you covered. If you don't remember where chests are, we have a spreadsheet that lays out not only every red chest, but every brown chest if you're doing brown chest shuffle. There's a lot of stuff in there for new players to get started and just go. And it's very, very beginner friendly, just like the vanilla game itself.
Yeah, this whole beginning area, by the way, is like I remember it in the any percent, and I would just be like, and then if you died, you would have to reset.
Oh man, you're gonna be seeing whole new territory here when we get to Firebird, because I remember I think doesn't any percent skip Firebird completely?
Yep, it does.
Oh man, yeah, you're gonna. If they go to Firebird, they might not need to, but that is a whole thing, and it's gonna be a good time. You see a lot of cool things there. Speaking of cool things here, I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted and vibing to the music here. I think that fittingly the game is on Legally Cute here tonight because of how much charm this game has.
Yes, exactly.
I love the sprite work. I love the music work. There's so much production effort in this game. It just audibly and visually is beautiful. It's just a shame that it's very, 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 very easy and it turns some people off in the game.
My thing about this whole randomizer too is it's actually quite nice to see the game in a new way because I'm used to the any percent route but it's nice to see and be reminded of the game because I think the last time I actually played this game was I was a kid. So it's been a good minute. I'm not going to date my age, but basically it's nice to be remembering all the parts that I didn't go to. Oh, look at that backwards.
Oh yeah, no, Caleb's sprite is backwards intentionally, and he just got a huge item pickup there. Those mega grenades are going to be a huge boon. For those of you who have not experienced the randomizer yet, a little explanation of how the weapons work. Weapon damage in this game is actually tied to the weapon itself. It's only very slightly modified by Ben's stats, but otherwise it does its its own damage. So mega grenades here are going to do about 600 damage an explosion, which is going to kind of trivialize some of these earlier areas. And it's going to be a huge boon for both of the runners here. But yeah,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the background. I just can't get over it. It's really funny.
Oh, yeah. Now that he has megas, you're going to see some wild stuff come out of this sprite. It's going to be a trip. And for the observant viewer tonight, you might notice that some of these enemies are throwing out some wild attacks. They're not using a lot of their vanilla attacks, and that's also because we have an enemy attack randomizer built in. So all these settings are optional. You can kind of tweak the randomizer however you want. And one of our community members, Oipo, he actually designed the randomizer here. So we have a couple settings for tonight. We're doing the safe one. So I believe we have it to where Dark King is going to have his vanilla moveset, but everything else is kind of on the table in terms of what they can hit our runners with tonight.
Now, with this randomizer, I was kind of curious because I know other randomizers might have like different sprites. Since you are able to intentionally change the character's sprites, is there any little fun facts to know about the sprites that are for the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest randomizer?
So we haven't gotten too big in the sprite swaps yet, but we actually have some folks in the community actually developing those right now. The sprite sheets are available. Ben has a few unique animations, and the people working on the sprite swaps are actually working on recreating some of your partner sprites starting off to fill in some of the missing gaps. So like when Ben climbs a wall, Phoebe, for instance, she has a climb animation, but Kaylee and Tristram and Ruben don't. So they have to go in and like remake those sprites. So if there's any talented sprite artists out there who want to help us maybe work in some custom sprites into the randomizer, we can. Wild Ham has already mentioned he wants to build in a sprite shuffle so you can play as, like, let's say Old Man Otto from Windia, or Tristram, or Norma from Pazuzu's Tower, or maybe even an enemy overworld sprite if we can get those going.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing an enemy sprite in this randomizer. That would be so fun.
Just running through the world as Medusa or one of these little wiggle worms. I love how the overworld sprites just kind of dance at you the whole time. Like that worm just wiggling on Caleb's screen.
Yeah.
Doing a little shuffle. The turtle shuffle's the best, though.
The turtle shuffle, huh?
Yeah, those little gray turtles on Caleb's screen, that is, he's going up. We actually have that as a Discord emote in the randomizer community Discord. That little shuffle back and forth.
Oh, can't confirm. Yeah, I can't confirm. If inside the pin, if you want to join the community, you will see, it's going to speedrun.com, but the Discord link is there if you want to join.
For sure. And we're always doing some community events. We host a weekly seed, which is self-timed. It's very casual. We submit our own times, and it's a very fun learning experience. I try to host community events on weekends where we can get anybody of any skill set in, and if you want to be taught some tricks and tips, or you just want to kind of have someone there on standby to help you if you feel like you've gotten stuck, we can do that as well. Very open and very welcoming community.
I see some interest in chat. If anyone would like to get involved, definitely have all the links available. And very, very, I can confirm everybody's very, very nice. I actually really do like this community a lot, because I remember like Pazuzu Tower for any percent. I think it got to a point where I think we have like an own category on speedrun.com where you can do it with Pazuzu Tower being like, I think it's like modded. It's like its own category. But I just remember that we...
It's a guaranteed 5th floor or 6th floor, isn't it? Is the category? Yeah.
Yep. It's where like you can automatically go to the 6th floor without having to, do the whole climb. Because, that is it's a climb. It's always 6th floor. Any percent US, always 6th floor category. But basically, the whole community worked together to get this together. Because I think there's been a lot of discussion about, trying to figure out how to get the best random, the RNG for that tower. To give some context, that tower, there's 7 floors technically, but the way that it works is the moment you go in and you go talk to Pazuzu will decide to go on any of those 7 floors. And if, let's say it's not on the 6th floor, because what you have to do is you have to kind of close the doors to make sure that Pazuzu doesn't keep running away. And if Pazuzu goes on the 2nd floor, well, that's the worst, because you're literally climbing all the way to the top of the tower. Then you have to climb all the way down, and you have to check each room, and then you have to close the door to each room. It's a thing. So basically, what I'm trying to say is the community is great because we all understand the pain of Pazuzu Tower.
Oh yeah, no, in the randomizer community especially, we don't have a hack to fix that. This is a randomizer, and the random element of Pazuzu warping anywhere after you lock out the doors is, that's part of the challenge. So our runners are intimately familiar with how to trap Pazuzu on an odd floor, because he can only be trapped on an odd floor, and a few of us might have experienced the pain of forgetting to hit a switch and not trapping the jerk bird.
Yeah.
Loving the route divergence here, by the way, between Caleb and X10. It really kind of shows the openness of the randomizer here, depending on what you get and what item checks you want to make. X10's making his way right for Fireberg. I know it's unfamiliar territory. It's okay. I'm here to guide you.
Thank you. I'm like, what is this? Huh?
What is this place? Where's this lava? Who's this guy, Ruben?
Exactly.
Never seen him before in my life.
I just know you do some item glitches, then you leave. That's
You get
all I
seeds.
remember. Yeah, you get seeds and you're done.
Oh man, yeah. No, most of the major glitches have been patched out of the randomizer. Funnily enough, so
really?
you can't underflow Dark King. You can't. I don't think you can underflow your item values intentionally. There are minor glitches. You can still seed dupe. So we might see our runners do that, where they start a fight, use a seed, and then back out and run away before their partner's turn.
Yeah, so they can get that extra.
Seed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But it's only one at a time, and we talked about it. And it's like, it's acceptable because it's a waste of. It burns time. You lose about 10 seconds duping a seed every time. So it's like, resource management. It's fine. Oh. Sorry, my heart goes out for Caleb. He got the worst consumable item you can get from a partner. He got a can of soda. Rip.
Oh no.
The refreshers are basically useless in this game, unfortunately.
Oh no. That's as equivalent as getting the 1 EXP in Ori Randomizer DE.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like, why?
It's a slap in the face. It's like, why this?
Or Warmth Return. It's a event that happens in Ori, but it doesn't really make any changes to the game. So when you get Warmth Return, you're just like, oh, why?
Oh no.
That's why I like randomizers though, because you're just like, really? Or you'll have those moments where you're like, yes, this is so cool.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like right now, Caleb is a brave soul taking on that battleground at level 8 solo without a partner. One of the worst things that can happen to you with the enemy skill shuffle, and I'm surprised we haven't seen any of them safety save yet, is since everything's randomized, they could get status ailment locked. So they can literally be paralyzed in a fight for like 3 or 4 minutes without being able to do anything, or like sleep looped. So.
Oh, no. I know that feeling. Or you get petrified.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, petrification's a boon. You get it in and out with petrification. It's too nice. Paralysis is the worst. We also, speaking of petrification, there are some meaner settings we have for the Randomizer, the enemy skill shuffle. We have one called Chaos, and the enemies can use Heal, which if you've ever used Heal on the enemy before, it gives them every status ailment in the game. Well, then they're healing you, giving you every status ailment in the game, including instant death. It's nasty. Yeah, it's nasty. You get to Dark King and he just casts Heal on the whole party and KOs you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, no. That's actually really funny.
Oh, the memeiest one we have is self-destruct. There's a self-destruct setting where all the enemies just blow themselves up as soon as they see you. Yep, and their damage is calculated based on their HP. So you walk up the Dark King and he self-destructs for about 60k HP. And I mean, you lose a partner, but you win the fight.
Oh, that just sounds, I don't know, that sounds amazing to me, to be honest with you.
It's hilarious. Like, if I ever want to relax, I'll just do a self-destruct seed and just puzzle my way through the game. It gives defense a reason to be used. Let's see what Medusa's got for X10 here. I love, speaking of sprites, I can't gush enough about these sprites, especially Medusa's on the third phase here. I don't know if you, how long has it been since you've seen Medusa's sprites?
I would say some months now. Because Medusa, Medusa sprites are pretty interesting in the sense, because I remember Medusa later in the game, if that made sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, the refight Medusas as regular enemies.
Mm-hmm.
So satisfying being able to use flare on early game enemies. The boys really got lucky here. They got flare and exit. Oh,
they already have exit. I missed that one.
Oh yeah, or at least X10 has exit. I don't know if Caleb got it. I gotta check on his. Oh, there's Baldusa.
So exit, to kind of give some context about exit, it's actually a really, really powerful, I want to say ability. Essentially, you'll go into a battle, and in the any percent run, I don't know about randomizers, but the any percent run, you can actually use exit on some of the bosses, oddly enough. And the way that it works is that you literally it's what it sounds like. You go into a battle, use exit, and then they exit the room, and then you're done. That's it.
Yep. You piece them out. The only downside using exit on an enemy is you don't get the XP reward for finishing them. But at the end of the game, being able to exit 2 of the 4 final refights, well worth the trade. Caleb is fighting Jin, and when I said oh no, I kind of whispered it earlier. He got the nastiness I mentioned earlier of double status ailment. Both parties were paralyzed. Oh, this is a really bad fight. This is some of the nastiness I'm seeing. Oh, Ruben, why? KO'd himself.
Yeah.
Ruben's notorious. You were blessed to not have to deal with him in any percent. Ruben has no resistance to status elements. In Confusion, it's like a 50-50 on whether or not he slaps you or the enemy.
It's 50-50?
It darn near feels like 50-50. And if Ruben smacks Ben, he does like 670 damage or 680. It's basically a KO. Oh boy, here we go. Or you lose a turn. If he instantly breaks out of Confusion, he does nothing.
Oh,
so
wow.
it truly is a status ailment trap. And I don't think Caleb's saved, so he's really going to just put his nose down and grind through this. Chat, if you could throw some positive vibes his way, he has a struggle ahead of him.
Yeah, let's send all those good vibes. Because, definitely you're going to have to fight this.
Yeah. Now, I think he's doing this to get Ruben 2. Ruben 2, we refer to all the partner characters as 2 after you get the second version of them. The level 31 version of Ruben has white. And not only does he hit like a truck with that Morningstar, but being able to cast white 7 times is awesome. Especially before you can get a hold of Phoebe. Yeah. So having a partner with like a butt ton of HP and defense and the white spell, super awesome. Not to mention all of the partners in the randomizer gate item checks. So when you go to that spot where Tristram hands you bombs in the vanilla game, that's an item check. When you go to save Ruben's dad after defeating the Jinn, that's an item check. And whenever you complete an item check with a partner character, you unlock the upgraded version of them. So when Caleb finally gets through this and he upgrades Ruben, he'll go back to Fireberg, swap out for Tristram, go back to Ruben, and he'll have the upgraded version of him. Because another part of the randomizer is you could swap partners as long as you can get to them.
Now, in terms of the race and everything like that for the randomizer, I'm kind of trying to see, is it power that's ahead?
Right now, in terms of checks, I believe power is slightly ahead. But that being said, Caleb could be on the critical path to complete the randomizer if a go mode item is behind this Jin check. So if Jin is gating either the Captain's Cap or the Thunder Rock or the Dragon Claw, X10 will have to come back here and fight this nasty Jin fight himself. He did say thank goodness. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So making a strategic withdrawal here, smart move on Caleb's part. Sometimes you'll beat your head against the wall, and you'll get lucky because RNG is a huge part of Mystic Quest fights, and thankfully the fights go fast. Those are some pretty quick fights, but yeah, Jin showing off the nastiness that is enemy shuffle. You really kind of have to bring your A game and your knowledge for these fights when you do the enemy skill shuffle because it completely changes the game.
Yeah, it does. Well, and if I recall correctly, aren't the enemies like weak to certain status elements and strong to certain status elements?
Yes. So, and it's not even Caleb swapping out for the best partner in the game, Phoebe too, the true hero.
Yep, I love Phoebe.
And getting life. My boy's spoiled. Anyways. Yeah, enemies in the game, whether they be trash mobs or they be bosses, usually have weaknesses. And in this game, funny enough, we're looking at the code because you kind of have to look at it for the randomizer. Weapons are categorized as elements. So there is an axe element in the game code. There's a bomb element in the game code. The only elements that there aren't for your main weapons are claws and swords. But enemies typically have a weakness to an element. And a lot of the knowledge check in these fights is kind of capitalizing on that.
Yeah, because I remember in the, like, you're supposed to be using, the axe on the trees or bombs on those little eyeball dudes. I can't remember their name.
The little beholders.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I got a great question from the chat here. They noticed X10's color palette. That's also another neat feature of the randomizer. You can toggle an option to shuffle Ben's color palette, and it's tied to your seed. So whatever seed you roll, you're going to get randomized colors for Ben if you turn that option on. We even have a music shuffle built into the randomizer if you just want to spice it up.
I think in this particular randomizer, we do have the music not shuffled, but you can do that in the randomizer, and that's a cool little neat feature.
Yeah, we also have we have the randomizer seeds pre-patched with MSU1 patches. I'm gonna get a little nerdy here. Bear with me. This will take like 10 seconds. What an MSU1 patch is you can actually patch your ROMs, if you play on an emulator, to be MSU1 compatible, which was CD quality audio for SNES games. So for games like Chrono Trigger, if you MSU1 patch them, you can basically get the music and the cinematics from the PlayStation game working on the SNES copy of Chrono Trigger. And so for Mystic Quest, there have been some awesome people who have remixed the music to CD quality. And we have MSU1 patches available where you can apply that to Mystic Quest, and instead of the classic SNES soundtrack, you can get like CD quality upscale of the soundtrack to play with. And it also works with the music shuffler.
That's really cool. I didn't know about that.
We found it one day, and I was like, oh man, how awesome would it be to build into the randomizer? And Wild Ham was like, hold on 1 second. And he comes back about 10 minutes later. It's like, all right, the patch is built in. And we were like, what?
That's awesome. Oh, that's so good.
Oh yeah, man. It's Wild Ham's like a wizard for this randomizer. He's just done so much great stuff with it, and he still is. Like, there's a link to the beta version where we have an overworld and dungeon room shuffle built in. So let's say, for instance, you walked into a town and you went to the inn. It would take you to a random floor of a random dungeon anywhere in the world.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's in the beta version right now. And it's in beta because there is a potential of soft lock. We want to make sure that everything's worked out in terms of the logic. But That's available if you want to come in there and just get wild with things. There's so much stuff we push through, and all of it's open to the public. You don't have to be a special member of the community to access the beta and the new stuff the community's working on. You come in, you say hi, and if you get stuck, all we ask is that we have a bug and development room. We just ask that you report your bugs so we can work on fixing them.
Huh. That's actually really cool.
Yeah, very open and welcoming community, the Mystic Quest Randomizer community. Yeah, no, I tested out I shuffled everything. So you can shuffle the overworld. So like you could put the volcano in the starting area, for instance. And so I did that on top of the every door shuffled. It took me about like an hour, maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours to complete a seed because I was getting lost. I was like, where am I going? What am I doing? Where does this room go? Thankfully, our runners don't have to deal with that tonight.
Yeah. But honestly, though, like those kind of randomizers are fun in a different way to bring the game. Just kind of like you're like, whoa, wait, what? Like you have to have a very, very huge amount of game knowledge, in my opinion, when you do something like that. Because if you don't know what area you are in with the abilities, then yeah, like the soft lock could happen. Or you just get randoed, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and it's a lot of... I kind of love the power creep that the main character, Ben, has in terms of his resistances, especially, because it's like Ben is the weakest party member at all times until he gets immunities. And as soon as Ben just starts getting immunities, he's kind of the GOAT. Like, he's the only character in the game who can have resistances or immunities to every status ailment once he gets his full armor set. So he really does kind of turn into your sole survivor, just bringing the party back to life. He just doesn't have the best HP.
Yeah, Ben. So that's my problem with Ben. I call Ben Benji, by the way. I'm always like, Benji, come on, please don't die. Please don't die. And then Benji dies. And I'm like, oh, thank you, Benji.
I mean, Benji's pastime is dirt naps. My boy loves camping.
That's so true.
I mean, look at him. He's taking a dirt nap on both runners' screens right now. Just living it up.
My favorite sprite in this whole entire game is when Benji's like, come on, I'm confused. But you don't talk about with the two little waving the arms.
Oh, look, I got you covered, Kitty Roo. Here, check out the chat. Just for you.
Oh my goodness, you have it all. For anybody that's going to be watching on YouTube, there's an emote with the Benji arms. Just saying, it's adorable.
Yeah, no. We love the Benjamin shrug.
Yeah, there you go, Benji shrug. That's what it is. Because I always sat there and I was like, I love you for just like the cute little moments that you do. Now that is a sprite that I would like to see in the randomizer. Just do the Benji shrug the whole time.
Oh yeah, no, we have some meme incentives we like to do for events, and one of them is shrug percent, where every time you see the old man on the cloud, you have to talk to him, and every time Ben talks to that old man, he gives you the shrug emote.
That's so good. Oh, to give some context about the old man on the cloud, do you want to provide the story there? Because I don't remember the story as well.
So essentially, if you play the vanilla game, the old man on the cloud saves Benjamin as the sole survivor of his hometown getting sucked into the earth due to the Dark King's return. The problem is he speaks like 2 or 3 sentences and then he just pieces on out, literally flies away. Every time he talks to Ben, he'll say something like, go here, maybe talk to this person, I don't know, figure it out. And then he'll just piece on out. And Ben's left here going, my guy, really? What's going on? And he'll give the shrug.
Oh, that is so true. I forgot about that. Yeah, no, because in the any percent, you just go up to the cloud, old man in the cloud, and you're just like, yeah, you're talking and you're trying to get out of it. You know what I mean? So you don't think about the storyline too much.
We actually did like that so much. We built a utility into the old man on the cloud. So if you roll your seed to be one of the different completion types, which is Shattered Sky Coin. The final coin that you need to access the final dungeon's been broken into pieces, and you need to find an X amount of shards of it. Well, if you set the amount to random on the randomizer site, you have to talk to the old man on the cloud to figure out how many shards you need to collect to get through the last dungeon. So.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, we love our deep cuts in the Mystic Quest community, even if they are pretty shallow.
It's actually kind of cool to see the different divergence in the paths that the racers have been going through.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually like nice to see, you know, okay, well, yeah, this is the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest randomizer, but they're both on two different levels right now.
Yeah, no, and it's anybody's game still. I haven't been keeping too good a track of their key items, but like I think X10 has, he's got the Thunder Rock, but I think Caleb also has a few key items that X doesn't have, and so it's a matter of them getting all the key items they need on top of saving the 4 crystals. And that's one of the reasons that this category is so fun, because it is critical decision making and a lot of luck. It's like, did I go to the right place and make the right checks with what I have? Like, there is no benefit to getting the Sky Coin from going to the Alive Forest, but there's a lot of chests here. Like, Caleb just got the Cupid Locket. He's now immune to being confused, and a few other immunities, but that's not going to be progression. That's going to make it easier for him. Same thing with Life Water there. That's a check that leads to another check, which could be critical for him. We don't know.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of more of like a sustain, right? Like that's like more utility and sustain on the randomizer.
Mm-hmm. And it really does make you think about your inventory and what you have. It's like, all right, I have XYZ. What checks can I go do? Like, I don't know if Caleb has Dragon Claw.
Oh.
Because if he doesn't have Dragon Claw, I mean, it's still good to check the first floor of the tree. He's got like 4 chests he could check here, but he won't be able to check the rest of Giant Tree. Meanwhile, X10 finishing off his second boss. We actually removed the Hydra cutscene. That's no longer there. You get an explosion and then you get to leave. Oh, and the Aegis Shield. Really good pickup. He will no longer be able to be petrified. But yeah, you remember in the vanilla game when you beat the Hydra and the lava spews out of the volcano and you have to sit and watch that for like 30 seconds to a minute? Well, we got really tired of seeing it in the randomizer, so Wild Ham just made it to where you get your nice explosion and then you can leave. See, I think X10 is going to have a much easier time of... Oh no, he's got Ruben 1. He might not have a good time here. Hopefully he just saved. Oh, he's got white though.
Yeah.
He's got damage.
I forgot the gen fight. I know there's gen fights, but this is the gen fight.
Yeah, normally the gen fight is just damage. It's just raw damage, nothing too intimidating. With Shuffle turned on, things get wild. I didn't even mention the worst part about the chaos setting for the enemy skill randomizer. Mm-hmm. Enemies can duplicate themselves.
Oh.
So you can have 3 Jins on the screen beating you mercilessly, and when they duplicate, they take their current HP value and give it to their clone.
Oh.
And it's not just the regular bosses. The Dark King can duplicate himself.
Wait, for real? Like the Dark King?
You can fight 3 Dark Kings at the same time. Now, the sprites can't handle that, and you see a bunch of gibberish on the screen. It's great. It's like watching the Pokemon speedrun any percent, where you get like the code mixed up on the screen. But it functions. You can fight him, and if you thought 1 Dark King was nasty, 3 is awful. I've done it a couple times now. It's not a nice fight.
I'm trying to even think about how to do that in my head, if that made any sense, because I've only dealt with, the Dark King once. So And the way that he transforms, do all three transform like the same way? Do they even fit on the screen?
No, not even. After he duplicates one time, it breaks. And it's funny. All three of his major forms have different move sets that are independently shuffled. So you might not get a duplicating first form Dark King. It might be form 2 or form 3 and 4. My favorite jumble of sprites is the spider. When he shuffles, he turns into mountains and lakes and weird Ghibli bits.
I could see that. Okay, so to give some context about what we're talking about, the Dark King is basically the end boss to this whole entire game. And essentially there's different phases to the Dark King, and the way that it works is that basically in each phase, I don't remember the second phase. I think I go through 1, then 3, and then we're done. But either way, there's 4 phases, if I recall. And then one of them is the spider. And the spider is quite something. Like, it is interesting. I'm going to try to see if I can find a link to it so I can show you all.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. And I want to vet some questions I'm seeing here from the chat. So with this being such a beginner-friendly game, vanilla, we got a question in the chat. It's like they're restarting at the boss battles. Is that built into the game? Yes. Every fight you die at, you have the ability to restart at if you do fall. So that's a good thing. Oh, man, Sten made it through the Jin fight. Oh, man. And he freed Ruben's dad? Let's go.
Let's go. Oh, that's actually huge in the storyline.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Ruben's dad has been known to gate go mode checks before. Like, he's usually the last person a lot of us check just because he's so out of the way. You have to go to mines, you have to have mega grenades, and then you have to leave mines, go back to town, and talk to him in Ruben's house. So it's like a lot of steps for like one item check, and usually we don't do it, but I mean, if you're here, might as well. Caleb is going through one of the most
hardest dungeons.
Yeah. Well, I think he's got the mirror.
Okay.
So it might not be that bad. Oh, he just got Captain's Cap. That's huge. That's one of his go mode items.
Isn't that for the ship?
Yes, you need to turn in Thunder Rock. Okay, X10's been here before. But they need the Captain's Cap to turn into Kaylee's dad, who is the captain of the ship that you take to the Dark King. He will not let you take the helm until you have that cap. Oh, and Ruben's dad handing out seed, a very useful consumable, but a consumable nonetheless. I think my favorite part of the randomizer, speaking of features, is there's a setting called Tweak Frustrating Dungeons, and I don't think any of us run it with it turned off. And what it does is it adds these convenient little shortcuts in the major dungeons. Normally, you can't jump from room to room this quickly in Ice Pyramid. It's very walled off. It's very stringent in the way you have to navigate it. But, you know, Wild Ham went in and just took out a couple walls here and there to make things more friendly. Nowhere near as annoying to go through anymore.
I actually like that there's all these changes to the randomizer. It's actually fun to learn it too, because I had no clue. Like, it's very, very different from the actual like speedruns.
Yeah, it's like night and day. Like, you can, a lot of people have the hold A syndrome when they go through Mystic Quest the first time, because it is so new player friendly. Like, you know, you just kind of hold down the A button and there really isn't a lot of major threats until you get to like the last third of the game. But with the randomizer, you really kind of have to be on your toes. You have to know the game and you have to understand. It's like, all right, this is weak to this is weak to that. So it's a very different thing. Oh, both of our runners are converging here. And Caleb does not have mirror. So chat, you're about to see the benefits of having the magic mirror versus not having the magic mirror when you navigate Ice Pyramid. And there's two strategies, and both are valid. So on Caleb's side, on the right, you'll see that he doesn't have magic mirror. So it's basically flying blind. It's like vanilla or like Final Fantasy 1 or 2 or any of the others where you have, it's almost like random encounters. He doesn't know where to go, but every time he takes a fight, he's getting a little bit of experience and there's an opportunity to duplicate a seed and run. Like, he could just dupe a seed and peace out. And he'll build up a seed stockpile that way. Or you have the advantage of X10 here. He could see everything, so he's just cruising. Now, there are going to be fights he can't skip, but he's also going to not have to take extra fights.
Yeah, and losing that time to the extra fights.
Oh, those beholders have petrify. That's nasty.
Yeah, they do. They are quite something. It's so weird to see these enemies. I'm always used to not seeing the enemies. I'm used to just, you have to go here and then you go right or left and then you have to get this chest.
What is the world record on
any percent right now?
Yeah.
It is. I definitely know it's not me. I just did it for fun. So Final Fantasy, I know it is done by Almagus, and it is like sub 2 hours. Let me get the actual. It's 1 hour and 51 minutes and 14 seconds.
That is a little slower than what we can usually average for the randomizer settings.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, the average play time for the randomizer, because everything is so open and things could be adjusted so much, you could probably get your first seed done within an hour and a half to 2 hours. If you do pick this up for the first time, I really do recommend you go through and take your time. We've also changed some of the dialogue for the characters as well.
Oh, did you?
Yes. So Ruben specifically, when you go to pick him up the second time, fun little Easter egg for you guys. What he says to you is tied to the seed. And every time you talk to Ruben 2 to pick him up, he'll try to make up a random disease that he has as an excuse to not go with you again. So the few times I've actually read, it's like, oh, I have bonitis, or my bonitis is acting up, as an example. I love the dialogue changes. But yeah, he picks a random disease based on your seed. He's like, oh, I can't do it. This is acting. Oh, well, I'll go with you.
Oh, that's perfect to know. Yeah, because Ruben's always... Ruben's not my favorite character. Phoebe's my favorite character. Well, but for aside the obvious reasons.
Oh yeah, her dialogue's been changed too. So every time you talk to Phoebe, she basically talks like she's the protagonist of the game. And I mean, it's widely accepted in the randomizer community that she is the true protagonist of the game. She's got the buffest stats. She has all the spells you need, minus exit. She has a lot of great resistances and immunities. She really is the best.
Yeah. I mean, the other... Oh, please forgive me. You get her in the very beginning of the game, and I forgot her name. Not Phoebe. Kaylee. Yes, Kaylee. I don't know. There's something about Kaylee. I'm kind of like... I like Phoebe more.
Both of the girls are great. Kaylee's a great support character if you don't have access to Phoebe. She has the strongest black magic spell in the game after you get the second version of her. And she's the only partner who's immune to petrify.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's because of like you use her in like the wind area, the forest area.
There's a shrug from X10 showing it off.
I love the shrug, my Benji shrug. I know his name is Ben, but Benji's it's always gonna say Benji in my heart.
I'll allow it. I think it's cute. But yeah. So
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
So X10 here is about to talk to Otto, the old man, and he's about to get some Mario Kart going for X10, build a rainbow road, so he can go and free Mac's ship from Spencer's Cave. All you need for this check is the Thunder Rock to give to Otto and then Mega Grenades to free the ship. And he's now picking up the best partner in the game as well.
Now, I have a question. So the way that the partners work in the randomizer, it looks like they're like the same as the storyline, right?
Essentially, they are at fixed locations based on which version you've unlocked.
Okay.
So Phoebe is always in the Libra temple until you get her item check from Wintry Cave. Then she will move to Windia after you swap her out. Ruben's a homeboy. He loves his mama and his dad very much, so he'll never move out of the house. So he's always in his house in Fireburg. Tristram will leave the Sand Temple after you check Bone Dungeon. He'll go to the Fireberg Inn. And Kaylee will be at her house until you give her the elixir, and then in which case she'll go to the second floor of the Windia Inn. And we have all that listed on the randomizer site. So if you are missing a part and you're like, where are they? Where could they be? Don't worry. We have them all listed so you can find them. Because not everybody's going to have that memorized. Here's your favorite dungeon coming up on X10's side.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. This Pazuzu Tower. Oh yeah, my favorite dungeon. So good.
We actually, a lot of us hold off on talking to him till the very last floor just because if you could save time on item checks and not have to fight him at all, we won't fight him at all.
Yeah.
But unfortunately on the last floor, he'll corner you and be like, hey, talk to me. So
yeah.
Indulge.
So that's the other thing about the Pazuzu fight too. It's actually kind of hard. The Pazuzu, like, it has like these different phases, but sometimes can be like physical and then magical. And like you have to be careful with when you hit the physical or magical, because if there's like this one move that Pazuzu does, I can't remember the name of the move, but I think it's like Pile Driver or something like that. Basically, it kind of like KOs you, basically.
Yeah. So it's a size shield, and what it is when he flaps, he's putting up a magic reflection shield. So if you hit him with white or any magic during that phase, he reflects 1,530 something damage right back into your face. Which none of the characters have that much HP, and it will kill them. So you have to respect it. That being said, we do bring a little disrespect a lot of the times, because usually you have Kaylee for the first fight here, but Phoebe's packing white and a bow and arrow, which he's weak to. So not only do we get to blast him with max magic, but we also get to hurt him with his immunity when he's in his physical phase. So he really just doesn't stand a chance at the randomizer usually. You can even bring Tristram too to this fight. I don't recommend it, but you can bring Tristram and his shurikens have the shooting element, which do extra damage to Pazuzu as well. Yeah, Caleb's catching up here. He is just cruising through the dungeons with Phoebe too, that X10 did with Ruben 1. Really kind of showing off that it's not over till it's over, because he's just melting enemies. The disrespect is real. Let's see what floor we get tonight.
Do you want to call the floor?
I'm a 3-man myself. I get Pazuzu on floor 3 a lot.
Oh, you get 3?
I get 3 a lot, which is nice because you can only trap them on odd floors. Yeah, I'll call 3. What do you think?
I'm gonna. Got a good one there. I'll go 2, just because that's the worst one.
Just for the extra suffering.
Just for the extra suffering.
Now, Pazuzu, fun fact, is the only kind of truly chaotic element in the randomizer. Even if you're running the same seed, the floor he ends up on is always random. So Caleb and X10 are going to see him on different floors, usually.
That's so good.
I've been running a race and casual voice chat race, just running with some of the people, and it's like, oh, hey, I got a nice floor 5 Pazuzu, and they're like, oh my god, mine's on floor 3, or mine's on 2, or mine's on 1. I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all you can say is I'm sorry. But this is like, so that's the pain point about Pazuzu Tower. It's so like those switches that Power is showcasing. It's just like that's how you trap Pazuzu, and you have to go the floor above and the floor under to make sure that, like, because the way that it works is that you have to so the floor above, you have to close it, right? But then when Pazuzu flees, you're like, okay, well, where are you? And then once you find Pazuzu, you have to go to the floor underneath it to make sure you trapped Pazuzu. So that's the whole problem with this tower, is that on top of the RNG, you have to trap the boss. So you're just like, oh.
The best floor to see him on in the randomizer is 1, because you don't have to hit any other switch except for the floor 2 switch.
That's correct. I think in the any percent it's 6, right?
Yep,
I think
because
it's
you only
6.
have to hit the. No, I think. Yeah, because you only have to hit the floor 4 switch, and he can't go any further down.
Yeah.
Caleb wrapping up his 3rd boss as well. So realistically, P-Tower is all our runners have left, and I think they have all their go modes. I know Caleb got Dragon Claw. I don't know if X10 did, or is it the other way around? I need you guys to shuffle your weapons real quick.
All right, can you just showcase your claws for me, please? Thank you very much. I think it was Caleb that got the claw, if I remember correctly.
X10 has it too, because how else would he be doing Pazuzu Tower? Both are
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, another routing quirk is like you can't do Pazuzu's Tower until you get Dragon Claw. You just can't.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, because we get the claw very, very early. If I recall, you get the claw from in the ice place where you fall down, and then it's like, here's the claw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the Dragon Claw in the vanilla game is handed to you after you beat, I think it's the Lava Dome, and you go back to Spencer, and Tristram hands it to you. Speaking of Spencer's place, we're gonna blow it up.
I always thought that was so funny. Let's just blow it up.
All this hard work, just huck explosives around. It's fine.
Yeah, this is totally fine. Don't you just do that in your normal everyday? You go to someone's house. I thought the storyline was such a cute little storyline.
Oh yeah, no, there's not a lot of meat to it, but what's there is funny. I got a good chuckle out of it. Yuzu doing good damage, nothing awfully nasty yet, but still kind of have to show the respect.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. It's kind of cool to see that they're both at the Pazuzu Tower right now, because they're like, okay, well, this is the last one. Yeah. All right, where are you going, Pazuzu? I'm curious where you're going to go on Caleb's side.
Yep, I think we got, what floor did we get for, we got floor 1 for X10, I believe.
Wait, how come floor 1 is better on the randomizer but not on the any percent?
Because usually we like to have exit. So you go in, you hit the switch, you exit out, and you just walk back in and walk up to them.
That's right. But if we did that in any percent, that's a time loss.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I forgot about that. Because I was just like, wait, why did we not do that? Come on. But no, yeah, that's fair.
I think this is go mode for X10. We'll see. I know this will give him his sky coin. Yep, there he goes. And he doesn't have captain's cap, I don't think.
Oh, that's right. But Caleb has the captain's hat.
Yeah, or does he? He flipped through his screen so fast. I hope he does. Yeah, if you get to the ship and you go through it, you won't clear it. But let's see. What's your bet on Caleb's Pazuzu?
Mine. I'm gonna be nice and say 1 this time to be nice. So it's Caleb.
Mean and say 4.
You're gonna say B? Oh no! I want to be nice and give 1 because Power got 1. So I'm trying to go the 1 route.
I'm gonna say 4. No. Pazuzu's extra nasty. He's called a jerk bird for a reason. I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up on floor 4 for Caleb.
Oh no. Although it would be funny if it was on the same floor.
That'd be rad.
Yeah, it would be. Because especially knowing that, like, even in a randomizer, it's still RNG. That's funny.
Oh, he did have cap. He is in go mode. Let's go, X10.
Ooh. X10 is definitely in the lead then at that point.
Oh, for sure. But let's see. We still have all of Dune Castle. Now, we do have another special randomizer treat for you, chat. The castle has been trimmed down a little bit. So we are showcasing the special boss rush mode in which you no longer have to go through the re-dungeons. You just fight boss back to back to back to back in a hallway.
That's nice. Okay, that's what got me to play Randomizer, is that not having to do the boss all over again is honestly, please.
Yeah.
Those dungeon areas. They're not bad. It's just, you're just like, oh, I've already done these dungeons. Kind of.
Right?
They're like mini versions of the dungeons.
But here we have them all in a nice ascending staircase, back to back to back. Let's see if he uses life or exit on this guy. Exit. I personally am a fan of life. It misses less often.
Yeah, exit does have a higher chance to miss.
1080 from Rex. He's swinging. Ooh, 1018. He's not being kind to X10. Maybe this will give Caleb some time to catch up. I missed what floor Pazuzu was on. I was so fixated.
Yeah, I did too.
Chat, what floor was Pazuzu on? Let us know.
Please let us know in the comments, in the chat, please. You just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But let's all shoot for 1.
Thoughts and prayers.
Oh, okay. So we're at least having a better time for power.
Oh, he's on floor 2.
Ooh.
Yeah. We should go down, I think. Yeah, you can never fight Pazuzu on an even number floor. He'll always run away. And I think he always goes down, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. We'll find out in a second.
I thought it was...
No, he goes up.
Yeah, it depends on how you... I thought it was 3, or it's a possibility of 3, or it's like 3 and above, if that made sense.
Yeah,
but it just depends
whenever
if
he
you...
whips away, it's always going up, usually, unless you haven't locked out the lower floor.
Yeah. And then, like, I don't know, because if I remember correctly, you're supposed to find Pazuzu, and then that's when you trap him. So, like, you're like, oh, okay, well, I gotta do the switch here and then do the switch here. But I can't remember.
We just hit them all, usually.
You just...
Yeah, we just hit them all on the way down. It's like, just hit them because you don't want to backtrack.
Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Especially for the randomizer.
There we go. Yeah, no, X10 is not having any good luck on these refights. Getting some very nasty health rolls. Golem refight especially. We found out that his damage output is tied to his HP. So we have the randomizer set to have their base stats, but they're spread by 50%. So the enemies can be at 50% of their normal HP values or 150% of their normal HP values. We don't know. That's all been shuffled. And it looks like our boys have rolled 150% Golem, who can hit you for like 1 to 2,000 because he feels like it.
This Pazuzu fight.
Yeah.
I actually...
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, no, you go ahead.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That 1,300 that just slapped Phoebe on X10's side, that's Golem. And that's why Exit's kind of key here. He's going to need a little luck to get through this one quickly.
Yeah. Without Exit, it's a very hard fight.
Thankfully, he has it, but this would be even worse. It's still bad. Oh,
and
yeah,
I mean,
boss battle theme hype.
Right? It is honestly, the music to this game is just so good.
Like I've never gotten tired of the music. Even when I use the MSC1 patch to upgrade the music, you can technically put other patches on there. Like someone's made a Breath of Fire music pack. Someone's made a Legend of Zelda music pack that you can build in, like you can play the game with. But I stick with like the remaster of the vanilla music because it's just so good.
Yeah. Ugh. It looks like Power's having a hard time kind of giving Caleb some catch up.
Yeah, he got Golem down. He's having to deal with the Cerberus. He gets lucky here with a double sleep, which he has Gaia armor, so he's immune to sleep right now. And this should give him the chance to clear this fight out.
Yeah. That was actually a pretty good Pazuzu fight.
Mm-hmm.
With Caleb.
Oh, yeah, no. Like, pretty clean, just a lot of HP. Don't worry, though, chat. This won't be the last time you see a big, nasty bird on screen, because X10's about to run into the refight.
Yeah, you don't get Pazuzu just once. You get it twice.
Not once, but twice.
But twice. I would have to say, too, that that's probably, like, my least favorite dungeon, like in the tower, the dark tower area.
Because you could fall from the floor.
Yes. And then you fall and then you have to climb back up again.
It's even worse for people coming from the original game to the randomizer because we have the speed hack on, which makes you move twice as fast. So all your timing for your movement just is thrown off. We advise new runners to do what we call tap walking, where you just kind of press a direction one at a time to move across the spots where you could fall. Because I've been racing with a few people. Shout out to Joker XX. He's another really good runner in the community. And every time I race with Joker, he's like, I fell off Ice Pyramid Tower again. Or in Pazuzu's tower. It never fails.
Yeah, because
it wasn't so bad.
I remember, like, I would be doing really, really well, and then all of a sudden you fall down and you're like, no. But yeah, that tap method is definitely advisable. Like, that's a good advice.
For sure. Oh, and here's Pazuzu 2, Electric Boogaloo. This time Zuh, when he brought friends. Let's see how mean he is.
I like how Pazuzu is Zuh. Zuh. Honestly, this is actually like pretty close in the sense of like if these fights don't go well, Caleb can catch up.
I think the only thing I'm noticing on Caleb's side, which might be a big problem, he doesn't look like he has exit.
Oh.
If he doesn't have exit, the Golem refight is going to be really nasty for him.
Yeah. Oh no.
All I can do is hope that he gets through it relatively unscathed. I don't remember where X10 got exit.
I know it's fairly... Oh, I don't remember either. It's kind of hard when they diverge the paths to track, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually when we organize races for tournaments and stuff, we have like a minimum of 2 trackers.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just because they flick through the screen, you flick through the menus so fast.
Yeah.
The best song in the game, in my opinion.
Okay, so we're at the Dark King for Power X10. Now this is the Dark King. The Dark King is like quite interesting looking. 4 phases to the Dark King.
And they wonderful glitch.
Yeah. See, that's a weird thing. That glitch is so quirky. I love it.
It is.
So
it is
good.
fun normally. I think though, like forcing, like you gotta earn it. Like you get a lot of cool stuff with the randomizer, and you get to blow through a lot of sections. Like no. You gotta earn your fight with the Dark King now. Earn that W.
I actually do agree with that because, okay, so in any percent, all you do is like, I think you literally, if you do it in the right order, and I can't remember the exact order right now, I'm just going off of memory. I think it's like you cure the Dark King, and then the second round you cure each other, and then the third round, I think you cure or hit or something like that, and then all of a sudden, like, it's just it's so cool.
He just hit Phoebe for 1,700 damage.
Ooh, ouch! That's unfortunate.
Yeah. This is a fat Dark King. Yeah, slapping Ben for 1,100. This guy is here to play for keeps. So we can hope that Caleb gets through
Golem
and catches up. This will be it's not over till it's over. Golem is going to be a huge hurdle to overcome, though. He doesn't have exit, so without exit, he's going to have to kind of think of different strategies to apply here. This could be a time to break out defend, and if he wants, he could probably defend Ben with Phoebe once he gets the ads down, so she can survive a hit, and just use white while he's defending with Phoebe and basically use her as a meat shield to get through the fight. It is a possibility if he gets the right turn order and the right luck.
Yeah.
Poison is not looking good though.
Yeah,
and
the poison
status ailments being tossed on Dark King's side is not good either. This shows off how nasty confusion is. Like, it's just debilitating for your turn order.
Oh, my heart is like, I don't know. Right now, between these two fights, I'm like on the edge of my seat with both of them because they're both on different levels right now. Dark King's not being nice, and Golem is a hard one without exit. So it's just different. You're seeing different strategy plays going on here, and it's actually kind of cool to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. Other than it's completely different than the normal blow through enemies mode that you normally see with this game. I think it's fun, and that's one of the things that brings me back is like the randomizer truly does you can make it to where it's new and fresh and fun every single time you play it.
Yeah.
And you can tweak it to whatever difficulty you want. Like, you could set the enemy's stats to 25% of their vanilla values with no spread, and you could just blow through enemies, like one-shot everybody. I've had a run in like 29 minutes with those settings. Like, you could just fly through the game. Oh my God, Caleb did it.
Yep, Caleb.
My man.
Good job, Caleb. That was a hard fight. I would definitely love to see some claps in chat because that was hard.
Yeah, really showcasing the strategy you need to bring to the table when you adapt. This is a fat Dark King. Like, imagine hedonism bot from Futurama just kind of rolling around on that bed. Like, that's this Dark King tonight, chat. Like, he is chonky. I have seen a Dark King with that much HP, but it's rare. I think they rolled a 150% Dark King, and he is bringing everything on the table tonight.
Yeah, honestly, if this is what makes the difference of the race, that's really interesting for me to watch.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think Caleb does have an advantage if he catches up. He has the Cupid Locket, which means he's immune to confusion. Which is what's bricking a lot of X10's first phase here, is he keeps getting double confused.
Oh.
Yeah, Chanigan, one of our other huge community members, he basically helped co-develop this with Caleb and Wild Ham when they were first building this out. Shout outs to Chanigan. He's saying, I haven't seen a Dark King this big in a long time. I think we did Speed Gaming Live tournament. We saw one Dark King, which was extra chunky. I think it was the last time I saw one this thick. But he is definitely being rather nasty.
Yeah, because honestly, Caleb is now catching up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and he has Aegis Shield. I think Caleb's fully geared up. I think he has every resistance and immunity he needs.
Oh, that is such a huge... Oh, no. I mean, sometimes that's how a randomizer goes.
Mm-hmm.
You have that... You have those items that you found because you went into... You know what I mean? That's what's so great about randomizers. That's what's so fun. Especially a race, too. Because you can see how they diverged and went to different areas. And yeah, it's actually kind of cool to see that.
Yeah, Caleb's got 3 levels on X10 as well. So, like, while it looked like he was taking his time and he was going slower than X10, and he essentially was, he's rewarded for that with extra immunities, extra HP. He's got more spell casts than X10 does on Ben right now, because at level 20 you get 5 wizard casts, where at 18 you're still stuck at 4. So having one extra big damage move could be all the difference when he gets to Dark King. He could get through that nasty phase 1 even faster. That being said, X10 has made some great progress here. He's finally gotten past phase 1. Hopefully he doesn't die and go back. And here's our pseudo Gilgamesh phase. Caleb's rolling up on King now, making a safety save in case he needs to go back, but I don't think that'll be the case. Still some nasty damage from phase 2 there. 1100 damage on an attack. Could you imagine playing the vanilla game and Dark King just slaps you for all your HP?
Sorry, I'm more distracted by the phases right now. Oh, this is such a good, like, honestly, no, like, so in my point of view right now, this is actually a really, really fantastic race, because to see this Dark King fight is being like not the bottleneck, but basically the one that's like, because Caleb got these items and X Power doesn't, it's just X Power is having a more difficult time with this fight. And this fight, I didn't remember it was this hard. I was just like, oh, okay, this is, you just have to do the glitch and you're fine. No, in this randomizer, you have to fight.
Yeah. And I was incorrect in speaking earlier. I mentioned that we have Safe Shuffle turned on, so Dark King was the same. No, Safe Shuffle means that Dark King can't do instant kill moves like heal or self-destruct, and I think Duplicate was taken out. He still has all the other moves on the table, and the HP scaling on some of those moves is dumb. If you can catch the text box quick enough, you'll see he uses a move called like 8 Pseudopod Slap. He stole that from the squid enemy. It scales based on HP. So when he hits with all 8 tentacles, it's doing like 1,300 damage, 1,600 damage. Like just, oh yeah, and his moves can crit. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So that 2,200 on X10 on Phoebe, just crit-tastic. Yeah, we are neck and neck. X10 unfortunately took a dive at phase 2.
And there's 4 phases. Yeah, there's 4 phases. So this is actually really good. This is so good.
Yeah, it's great. And like right there, we just saw Caleb's routing really pay off there. That would have been a lost turn on X10's side, but because he has the Cupid locket, he didn't get confused, and Ben was able to pick Phoebe up, and now he has a chance. Thankfully, Phoebe has 1,480 HP. If she had any less, that would have been a wipe. But he is going full triage mode here, taking a little bit of an advantage with the speed. Hopefully he takes a weak attack here. Well, driver, no such luck. A little bit of RNG here for our boys. Yeah, the big complaint we were getting from everybody is Final Mystic Quest is so easy. How can you make it harder? And it's like, well, there's a couple things we could do. Oh, that's rude.
Yeah, I feel, my heart is to both of them right now. Because they're at the end, and it's just, like, I see what you're saying, that this is actually like a hard fight.
Mm-hmm. The victory's gonna be all the sweeter, though. As soon as one of them takes him down, they're gonna be popping off, feeling like they're king of the world. I mean, it's gonna be a well-deserved victory. Oh, miss.
Oh,
Caleb, where's the lucky rock, buddy? Dark King almost never misses. It is very rare that Dark King misses attacks. He has a really high accuracy. So the fact that Caleb got a miss is insane to me. I can't remember how much HP Dark King normally has. but we believe he's rolled 150% of his normal vanilla value. Yeah. And someone in the chat threw out 40,000. So yeah, what's 150% of 40,000? And that's how much HP this Dark King has right now.
I was trying to look it up online right now, but I'm having a lot of Dark Kings, so it's not going too well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I forgot how much HP the Dark King had. It's around 60k. I think we're getting confirmation of 60k.
Oh boy, yeah, 60k. And unfortunately, levels really don't matter that much. Like, you can level up Ben to like 40 something, I believe. But his max HP only gets to just be a little bit higher than Phoebe. It's like 1500 something. So while yes, going back and leveling up Ben some more would probably be good, these boys are racing. And damage-wise, they're doing as much damage as they possibly can right now. So it really is just a little bit of matter of luck. And just seeing how they roll. Caleb's in a good pattern right here, actually. He's still able to get damage through and pick up Ben. Phoebe's got like 38 or something charges of life that she can use, and he's going to use all of them. There, but she's instantly out of it. And another miss on Caleb's side. My God.
Yeah,
I'm jealous of the luck.
You're like, aw, I wish I could get that.
Yeah, so it looks like he's doing just enough damage to Phoebe. You can't level up your partners in Mystic Quest, by the way, folks. Your partners are at the level they're at the level they're at. It is what it is. And he's doing, when he hits with all tentacles, he's doing 1 more HP than Phoebe's max HP. 1481.
Oh, this fight it's brutal.
This is very brutal. Yeah, and a reminder for anybody joining in, underflow has been removed from the randomizer. You cannot underflow the Dark King here.
To explain... to explain underflow, what we're referring to is it's a speedrun strat from the any percent, or just even other categories, just not in the randomizer, essentially. But underflow is just basically where you use these certain abilities in a certain row, and you will like basically essentially do a ton of damage. Like you heal, and then you do a ton of damage, and then you heal. And then once the phase happens, then you just kill the Dark King that way. Maybe you could do a better job explaining it. But basically, essentially, it's you're underflowing the amount of damage and healing, and then it gets to the point where you could just kill the Dark King very quickly. You don't even see the other transformations or the other phases.
Yeah, no, you did a great job of explaining it. And it's exactly like she said. It's essentially like, imagine those old school clicker counters, and when they get to 999 on the little clicker window and you click it one more time and it rolls to 0, that is what underflowing is doing. And in the vanilla game, you just walk up the Dark King, you heal him, twice? Mm-hmm. Like, cast Cure on him twice, and then slap him and go home happy.
Mm-hmm. It's actually quite funny. It's just so weird to watch this. I mean, I'm enjoying it because to me, it's like, it's the Dark King, and, you know, there's actual other things going on. There's other things all along.
We're going to see major progress as soon as one of them breaks through phase 1. And the thing with Dark King 2 is the phases can roll differently. So phase 1 could be extra fat here, and phase 2, 3, and 4 could be normal in terms of HP. So it really is just a matter of them getting through this first phase, because his attacks change per phase 2. Now we did see on X10's side he got unlucky, but like after they break through this phase 1, it could be anyone's game. It's just a matter of them getting lucky and getting through that.
Those
nasty. nasty.
Yeah.
Caleb is making a strategic withdrawal here. He might gotta go grind out something really quick.
What would it be a possibility to grind out for?
He might be trying to get Ben over 1,000 HP. So this will actually give us time to talk about one of the other things we didn't get to mention. If anybody was paying attention to the battlefields, you'll notice that they are different colors on the overworld. And that's because there is a battlefield reward shuffler built in. Every battlefield can usually give out money or XP or an item. And you can shuffle those, but we noticed that all the battlefields are green. There's no overworld indication on what battlefield gives what. So Ham programmed it in to where blue battlefields give, your items, gray your XP, green your money, and that way you can tell from the overworld what you're going to get as reward. So I think Caleb is going to go beat out some XP battlegrounds real quick. Try to get Ben to around 1,000 HP maybe. And see if he can't come back and take out the Dark King. That's just my guess, though.
Yeah, because is there any, I can't remember right now, is there any equipment or anything else besides just grinding to get to HP up to over 1,000 to be able to be a little bit more tankier?
Caleb could probably find the Apollo helmet. Yeah, he's got the jackpot here. I think all 5 XP battlegrounds are right here. He could grind out the Apollo. He could find the Apollo helmet. It has the same fire resistance as the moon helmet. It does give a little bit of extra dodge and defense, though. So that could give him some benefit, but I think he'll get 1,000 HP in like 3 levels.
So I did have another question in terms of logic, because I don't remember logic at all. Where would the actual helm be?
The Apollo helmet, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, is on Mount Gale. You don't even have to fight Dullahan. You just have to do a little puzzle north of him. So the fight before you take on Pazuzu on the mountain with the Headless Horseman and Headless Horse, you go to Mount Gale, you get your Apollo helmet.
Okay. Yeah, I do like the stride of trying to basically grind this out to get to the higher level.
Yeah, to power up here. And like I said before, chat, don't be too scared of these settings. These are seasoned runners. They're very familiar with the randomizer. And so we rolled a little bit higher spread in terms of how strong the enemies can be. And unfortunately, we rolled a really, really powerful Dark King. But you can tweak the settings however you want if you want to play the randomizer. So you don't have to deal with this Dark King. Or you can make him even more powerful. I think he goes all the way up to like 200 and something percent, like for terms of stat scaling. Yeah, you could set it all the way up to 250%. A question from the chat about best monsters to grind on. The highest XP rewards would probably be Max Ship or Doom Castle, the final dungeon. That being said, battlefields like this give out a large lump sum of XP rewards when you complete them, and Firebird gives really good XP. It's about a little over the halfway point in the game. So like they're getting decent XP, and I think we actually have the XP multiplier turned on for them as well. So they're getting 2.5 times the normal XP they would normally get as a reward from the fights, just to kind of speed that process along as well.
My heart goes out to X10.
Oh yeah.
This fight is just so...
It's a large wall to overcome, but we've seen him overcome it before. He has made it to phase 2.
Yes. We just got to get to the phase 2 and then survive.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to see like the routing choices that are being made during the randomizer too.
Oh yeah, It's crazy how different routing can impact your results because, like, you can go full risk and get to Dark King as fast as you can, and sometimes it'll pay out. Like, we've had difficult setting seeds completed in about 45 minutes because someone made the gamble and they got a really, like, paper thin Dark King, and they just didn't need all the resistances and all the stats, and it just blew through them. Then you get seeds like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm wondering if for the next seed what it's gonna be like, but I know it's gonna be a different version of the seed too, because right now we're doing the Save the Crystals.
Correct. Yeah, and the next one, they could just get a paper thin Dark King. You walk up to him, hit him like 4 or 5 times, and he's just gone. And he has like joke attacks essentially.
Oh, it's gonna be funny.
Caleb might also be fishing for Flare. That would be another boost to his damage. Because if he gets Flare, that's like an extra 400 to 600 damage per attack that he could be getting and using in the Dark King.
Gotcha.
I think regardless, the extra stats he'll be getting here could benefit him.
So I'm wondering, what would, if you were playing this as a randomizer and you were in this position, what would you do? What would you want to like? Would you want to increase Benji? Would you want to go equipment hunting? Would you want to go for like abilities searching? What would you think?
I think if I did make any calls to backtrack and look for anything, Blair would be on my list. Mostly because the more damage I could do to Dark King Phase 1 to get through it faster, the better. I mean, if I have the same loadout as our runners, or specifically Caleb, I'm basically maxed anyways. The Apollo helmet's going to be pretty minuscule in terms of stat bonuses that would benefit me. So I really wouldn't be looking for armor or weapons. I would mostly be looking for that last spell. And then once I got it, I would run a specific turn order. So I'd really be focusing on Phoebe casting life on Ben every turn. And we saw this already implemented by Caleb, and it worked out pretty well. Unfortunately, he got some bad luck. But I would have Phoebe be casting life on Ben, whether or not he took damage or not. And then pumping out as much damage as I could with Ben every turn. And then if Phoebe took damage, what I would do is essentially waste a turn, or not waste a turn, but sacrifice a turn to have both of our party members cast life on each other, hoping that Dark King either finished off Phoebe and then Ben picked her up that same turn, or he focused on Ben, Phoebe could pick him up, and then I would just kind of waste another turn RNG-wise until Phoebe was maxed out, and then I would roll it again. And that sounds lengthy, but in these kind of fights, you really are in a triage position. You are just, you're hunkering down and you're going, and it's like, we got what we got and we're going to deal with it. And it will be a war of attrition, but you'll get through it. And Caleb making a smart decision here. He burned through a lot of seeds through the fight. He now knows he's in for the long haul. So he's stocking up on those seeds so he can get more spell charges with Ben reliably without having to worry about those. Fun fact about consumable usage. Your consumable count does not reset when you reset a fight for some reason. So let's say he went into the Dark King fight with 32 seeds and he wiped like 3 times and he spent a seed every time. He would be down to 29 seeds. They don't refresh. Not unless you reload a save. The great question from the chat here. Any reason to take Kaylee over Phoebe? If Dark King had a petrification move, maybe. Kaylee is the only partner immune to petrification. She doesn't put out she doesn't put out nearly the same amount of damage as Phoebe though. Phoebe can pump out like 1900 to 1800 damage a turn, where Kaylee only has arrow and she can really only put out like maybe 700, if that. I think the Dark King's resistant to wind anyways, so she'd have to use her axe, and that's like 660 damage a turn. Same thing with Ruben. Ruben has white, and he wouldn't do nearly as much spell damage. And the Morningstar only does about 700 damage.
Looks like Caleb is going to be...
For that 1,000 there.
Mm-hmm. I did have
close.
A question from chat that was actually a really good question. Does this randomizer fix the resistance glitch? So I know what that glitch is, but maybe you can answer that a little bit better.
I believe it is patched in the randomizer. And if you'd like to go ahead and explain the resistance glitch to chat.
So the resistance glitch is basically in the very beginning of the game for the speedrun. You essentially, the reason why we want Phoebe, because Phoebe has like the best stats, but essentially what happens is we play through the game casually, then we save, and then we basically make the copy of that save, and then we start a new file, and then we have all the resistances that Phoebe had from that save. So I'm doing a poor job. Sorry, I got a little distracted. So basically what would happen is the resistant glitch is where that secondary character who has all those stats in the second, so like Phoebe, the second one, we keep all those stats so that when we play in the very beginning of the game, we have that advantage and that we're not suffering as much because we're being so underleveled.
Yeah. No, I believe in the randomizer that is patched out. And realistically, when you roll a new rando seed anyways, the way, flashcards and emulators work, your save wouldn't be able to carry over anyways, so you'd be forced to start over from a fresh save every time you loaded a new seed. We did find through testing that if you use the MSU1 patch, because of the way you have to name your files to get them to work, you can replicate the circumstances, but I don't think it works regardless. But yeah, getting confirmation from my boy Chanigan, shout outs again, another great community member. He thinks that it has been fixed as well. So we really did take away all the power tools you would normally bring to a Mystic Quest speedrun. And we're like, no, you're going to earn it. And RNG is going to dictate whether or not you win this fight.
Mm-hmm. So I did have other questions in chat that I would like to ask because I think they're actually pretty good questions. So I noticed that they're not picking up all the chests. The chests that the little brown little chests. And why is that?
So the little brown chests are only holding really nasty looking on Caleb's side, but he had a great strategy. We'll touch back on that in a second. The brown chests contain consumable items, and your 4 consumables for this game are cure potions, which only heal 25% of your HP, no matter what the value is. So they're not very good. Heal potions, which cure all status elements, but we have life. So that just kind of makes that obsolete. It is good if you don't have life. There's refreshers, which are the cans of soda you saw. If you take any status debuffs during the fight, a refresher will restore your stats to what they were before you went in. So let's say your defense was taken down by an enemy attack, a refresher would bring your defense back up mid-combat. And then lastly, we have seeds, the most important consumable. Seeds restore your spell charges, all of them. All your white spell charges, all your wizard spell charges, all your black spell charges, those are all brought back in one seed use. So seeds are really the key consumable we want. Unfortunately, they're super rare in brown chests, so it's not worth trying to farm those, because we've also shuffled the brown box contents.
Interesting. That is very interesting. Okay.
Yeah, you'll see some people opt for picking up brown chests, others will not. I'll pick up 1 or 2 maybe, just to see if I win the seed gamble.
Yeah, just to see if it was the seeds. Yeah.
Yeah, early on, but otherwise, I will wait till I get to Fireberg and I will pick up. Ooh, great luck on Caleb's end. Sorry, I had to shout that out. He just had a Phoebe down and he got a miss with the sword attack. That is beautiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a great question. A lot of people are like, oh, brown chests, you know, I pick them up all the time. And it's like, because when you play an RPG, treasure chests hold everything. But in the randomizer, you really just want to focus on red chests. So the strat here that I was praising Caleb for is another option that you have. So if you look over Phoebe's weapon, the bow there, you'll see the word auto. Well, what does auto mean? You can set your partner characters to automatically play the game, which means you don't have to choose what they do on their turn. You don't, do anything for them. The game automatically plays them. Sometimes it's not great, like we just saw. Phoebe should have used white, but instead she used arrow, which she doesn't even have. That was a glitch. But the reason he's setting her on auto is the game is not set. Auto cheats. Auto will do whatever action is optimal based on the situation, regardless of what's happening in the turn. So if he sets Phoebe to auto, like he has right now, and Ben dies, instead of auto attacking the boss, auto will go, oh, player is dead, raise player instead. So it kind of hedges your bets. You don't have to pre-make the decision to either, cast life or cast an attack spell. You can just be like, I'll set my partner to auto and she'll do what she does.
No, that is something that we could cover. In this game, you do have the option to put your partner... I don't know if the main character, but I know for sure that you can put your partner on auto.
Yeah, so you can only put your partner on auto or manual. Yeah.
Because auto means is that the partner will choose what's best for the fight, although most of the time that's not true. But essentially that is what auto is. It's just they automatically attack or heal or whatever. They're active in the fight. Yeah.
And unfortunately, oh my god, Caleb made it to phase 2. Let's go.
Let's go. Woo!
But unfortunately, the only spells our runners have available to do really good damage against Dark King are White and Flare. It's because Dark King doesn't have resistance to fire, and White in this game is non-elemental. Dark King is resistant to every other element. So he's resistant to earth magic, which is what meteor is. He's resistant to wind magic. He's resistant to water magic. He's just resistant to it all. Luck, that one there. That is a glitched attack. We left it in the game, but essentially, when you cast a spell on the slimes and they put that little shield up and they reflect your spell damage back at you, that's what that attack is. The effect is just bugged because at its base value, it doesn't do a lot of damage.
Man, this fight has been quite a fight. It's actually really, really fun to watch this.
It's been a saga, and it's definitely going to be a well-deserved win from our runners when one of them eventually surmounts this.
Yes.
And I could see Caleb over there hyping himself up. Well-deserved hype.
Yes. Honestly, this has been... the seed was very, very fast, but in terms of the Dark King has just been a very tinky, mean Dark King.
Yeah. And the dichotomy of Dark King cannot be disregarded. Sometimes you will get Dark King who just rolls on you hard. Oh my god, we're at phase 3. Sorry. And then we'll get Dark King who just, is a pushover. I'm really rooting for him right now.
Me too.
There's that level grind paying off for Caleb. He has 960 HP. If he was at the same level as X10 right now, that would have been a game over, and he would have had to start all over again. Really playing it close to the chest now. He's in phase 3. I'm getting a little hyped up here. I love seeing our runners overcome really adverse situations.
No.
Well deserved.
Yep. This has been a very, very... Honestly, I appreciate this randomizer as a race because it's actually has a lot of actual like interesting things going on inside of it that is not normal to the normal speedrun. Like that's what makes this actually more unique, and I actually would love to try it just because I could see it being another level to challenge of the battles and knowing when to be adaptable, as well as like overcoming that and trying to decide, okay, well, do I need to go and grind to get more levels so I can survive this fight, or do I need to go find more items? Like I like seeing those routing options and those decisions being made on the screen. It's like really fun to watch.
I'm seeing a really great question from the chat here. See, Excalibur or Claw? And I really wanted to shed some light on that question there because it is some insight you don't know, Caleb.
Oh no!
You could do it, buddy. We could just do it again.
Oh no! Oh, that was so close.
It was very close.
Oh.
So the difference between your weapons do make a difference in your attacks, especially around spells. The sword will give you a speed bonus. It gives you a +5 speed bonus. So Ben will move faster, which can make all the difference in the world of going before the boss or after. Claw gives you extra magic stats on Ben. So it can give you a bump in your magic damage you're putting out. So the option of Claw versus Sword is really big, especially in this last fight. Because if you can equip the sword, either the Night Sword or Excalibur, and get that speed bonus and get ahead of Dark King, that's the difference between sometimes wiping and not wiping, is being able to pick up Phoebe as fast as you can. Couple good turns here. Phoebe not making the best decisions, but leaving her on auto is probably the best for Caleb right now. Caleb getting lucky with that sword attack. Any other one would have probably put him down. And I know we've been focusing on Caleb, but X10 took a different tact. He went and picked up Kaylee too, and I think he was rewarded with Flare. So on X10's side on the left here, you'll see him, he's got way less HP. He's putting out way more damage with Ben every turn. He's putting out about 400 more damage than Caleb is with Ben every turn because he has Flare versus White.
Well, at least we got to second phase.
Yep, let's hope we can pull it out again.
Honestly, I appreciate, we have this, we're doing like a great job on just, I don't know, it's kind of cool to see like the Dark King, and honestly the Dark King has been quite mean.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I just let out a huge sigh of relief when I saw Caleb get hit with that one damaging spell. It's like, no, not like this, not like this.
Yeah.
But Phoebe, so for people who know the randomizer right now watching this boss fight, The anticipation is real. Like, you watch, and your danger zone is Phoebe going down. As soon as Phoebe goes down, you are on high alert, and you're like, no, not like this. Because then it really is a truly random chance of whether or not Dark King decides to one-shot Ben or do something easy like this. Oh, here we go. We're back at phase 3.
Okay. Okay, let's go. Yeah, I don't know. So if I was in this position, I think I would have done the same thing and going grind so that Benji wasn't going to be going down so easily. I kind of agree with that strat in the sense of like, you know, it's just either finding the equipment or finding the level, and or maybe doing both.
Yeah,
like taking that time to do it.
In this instance, I probably would have just been still beating my head against the wall, kind of like what X10's doing here, trying to get through here with luck. And I think he would have beaten me out. And that's the judgment calls with these randomizer races. You really have to decide, is it worth the advantage of sticking with the fight and banking on luck, or do you waste a little bit of time, the survivability? It's one of the beautiful things about it.
Yeah. I honestly I actually probably would have done the same thing that X10 Power did as well. Like, I probably would have done it for a good amount of time. But then at some point I would have been like, okay, what can I do to survive, basically? And, you know, you have the 3 choices. It's like, okay, well, do we find Flare? Do we find, you know what I mean? Like, you try to decide where to go. Now, at this point in time in the logic for the randomizer, where would, you know, I know I asked about the helmet, but now, like, Flare, where would Flare be? Or I can't remember if we mentioned that before.
I think Kaylee handed X10 Flare when he picked her up again from Windia Inn.
Oh, so Flare was with Kaylee?
Yeah, Kaylee 2 specifically. Not Kaylee 1. Kaylee 1 handed our runners a can of soda.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, Caleb, come on, buddy. You can do this.
Caleb. Let's go. Hey,
lucky with that sword attack. Let's go, boy.
Honestly, both of these runners have done a beautiful job showcasing the randomizer.
Oh, for sure. We could see both of our runners on screen. Let's go. That's time for Caleb.
Okay.
The king is not insurmountable.
So type. Yes, we defeated the Dark King.
You gotta imagine he's up on cloud 9 right now, man. Just like,
I see it. That's so much fun. Oh, let's go. Let's get some claps in chat.
Oh man, that was that had my heart racing. I'm not even racing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you feel, bud?
Oh man, am I free?
You're free.
Jeez Louise. Oh my god.
I set you free, Genie.
That was the grossest Dark King I've ever seen. Just phase 1. Like, just getting to phase 2 felt like I beat the game.
We haven't seen a Dark King like that in a long, long time. And I was like, me and Channing, and we're talking because he's in the chat cheering you guys on. And we hadn't seen one like that since Speed Gaming Live. And he's just, you did great though. Your strategy of, you know, going back, farming for some extra HP, getting survivability on Ben, the right call to make. It really made all the difference in this race.
Thank you. I don't know if it really would have made a difference. I think the winning strategy for me was knowing when to keep Phoebe on auto and just letting her just do whatever she wants, and just, you know, and just keep Ben just focusing on like the little bitty white damage. And then, because there were so many times where I was bailed out by Ben getting killed and Phoebe on auto just immediately bringing them back.
You lived through a couple 770s though, and you wouldn't have done that if you were like any lower level.
That's true. Yeah, it was man.
Well, I think we are gonna have a white flag. We're gonna do our little waving the white flag. for X10 Power, only because it's just we do have another race coming up, and we got to see if X10 Power is going to have a comeback against Caleb for this one. So definitely stay tuned for more. We will be back with another Final Fantasy Mystic Quest randomizer with these two lovely racers and commentary. So stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to stretch, get some water, go to the bathroom, and we'll see you soon. Why, hello, everybody. This is Cutie Roo, the host for Legally Cute. We are back with some more cute, adorable games. We are going to be showcasing a Final Fantasy Mystic Quest Shattered Sky Coin run, and it's going to be a randomizer. But before we get into it, just super quick, just a little few reminders. We have the Summer Games Done Quick 2023 is coming up on May 28th through June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So all the off-site volunteer submissions are open now to the 22nd of March. If you want to get involved and want to know more, go to gamesdonequick.com for more info. Also, we will be returning to PAX East this year on March 23rd to the 26th. Be sure to check out the speedrun stage if you're interested in watching some speedruns or playing through the gauntlet. Alrighty, everybody, we have another race. We did have Caleb win the first one, but let's see if X10 Power can win this one. It is going to be a different randomizer in terms of the category. This is going to be the Shattered Sky Coin. It's going to be a lot of fun. And we have Egg and Mario Day returning. If everybody wants to say hi, and then whenever you're ready for the race, just let us know and we'll start.
Hello. Yay. This is going to be great.
Let's go.
Nothing could go wrong. Nothing could absolutely could go wrong.
Exactly. I believe.
Somebody's got to.
We can do this, Sweb. We made it for one already. Wait, you're dead.
Yeah, hey, this time I'm rooting for you, okay, X10?
I believe in you, X10. You got this, man.
I believe in you. Yeah. Alrighty. Are you both ready for the countdown?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen.
You go ahead.
On the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off. They're going backwards. And maybe forwards. Who knows?
They're going
Things
in
are happening. Yeah, there's different directions.
Oh, and starting off with a shard. So, for this Shattered Sky Coin race, our runners will have to find 24 shards of the Sky Coin, put it back together with some glue, and then they could get through the final door of the boss dungeon. So, this is going to be a good time. All the chests indicating that Sky shards are there are red. So just like key item chests, they show up as red chests on the overworld, but they are shuffled randomly amongst brown box locations. And it should be a good time. Our runners need 24 of these. Now that being said, there are 40 shards total in the world. So you don't need to find every single shard. If you miss one or two, it's okay. There's some other options available. You only need 24 of them to progress.
Oh, I have a question from chat. Are both on the same seed or full random?
Both of our this is a race, so both of our runners are using the same seed. That being said, X10 has opted in for our randomizer option of the palette shuffle. It does not change the hash or the settings or any of the options within the randomizer itself. It just literally randomizes Ben's color palette based on the seed you roll. So a fun little visual quirk for those who just get tired of seeing our brown-haired, blue-armored champion here. Wanna add some flair to his attire. Ooh, nice bomb pickup. X10 rushing the dungeon here. We're gonna see a lot of different routing than our last race.
Since there's 40 of the coins that you can get, the Sky Coin.
Yep, so where in our last race, they were rushing to optimally defeat all the bosses. This race, they're rushing to optimally pick out all their shards. So they're going to be prioritizing speed and density for their chest pickups here. So like, whereas you would potentially skip out on a mini boss dungeon because the rewards weren't that great before, some of the mini boss dungeons have a ton of chests, like Wintry Cave. That has like 15 chests that you can check, and any of them could potentially have another piece of your sky coin in it. So it really is about chest density in this type of race.
Yeah, I was about to ask, what is the best like pickups dense-wise? Like, where would be the best locations?
Lava Dome.
Lava Dome?
Lava Dome has like 25... No, it has like 40 chests in it.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot.
It has an insane amount of chests in it, and it's very dense. However, it's also a very lengthy dungeon, so a lot of runners like who run other categories don't like touching the place because they associate it with being slow. But like the treasure room itself, before you go to the boss with all the little gold bars you can jump over, that has like 15 chests in it. So like the treasure room really is a treasure room for Sky Shard, and it can make or break a run. Another great location is Pazuzu's Tower. I know, being an any percent runner, you're not a huge fan, but it does have a lot of chest checks. And then there's the easy locations, like Bone Dungeon here. There's a decent amount of checks. There's like 15, no, not 15, but like 10 checks that you can make in here. 4 of them are hiding behind the boss, and if he goes down pretty easy, that's like 2 red chests right there for X10 power, just waiting.
I know that I actually would have to say in this one time, I would actually approve Pazuzu's Tower then, if that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, the other hand of that is that you still have to apply your item routing. So if they want to make a Pazuzu's Tower dive, they're all for it. It's right there. They just need Dragon Claw. You can get like 3 chests on your way up without Dragon Claw, but to really get the rest of the checks in Pazuzu's Tower, you have to have Dragon Claw. So, you know, your item routing really is still important, no matter what randomizer setting you run.
I actually kind of like that though. Sometimes it puts another spice to the randomizer.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can also edit the frequency of which characters and chests give out items. So in our last seed, everything was set to include. And what that meant is NPC characters and battlegrounds could randomly hand out consumables or not progression items. In this seed, we have it set to where they're on prioritize, which means every NPC check is going to be a key item check for our runners, which is either a piece of armor, a spell, or a weapon. And every blue battleground that they come across is also going to be a key item check for them. So if they decide to take the time and do the fights, they could be rewarded with a very powerful spell, a great piece of armor. But it really is the weight of, do I take the time or do I skip it and bank all my options on chest checks?
I don't know. I'm thinking about it. What I would do.
I mean, we've already seen a divergence here. While both runners are being funneled into Bone Dungeon here to get the progression because they're gated behind finding a coin, Caleb opted to get extra XP. He wanted those extra levels for the boss fight, so that way, if Rex rolled anything weird with the attack randomizer, he could potentially survive it versus X10 who just rushed it.
Yeah, see, I could see why like both strats would work, essentially.
Yep.
Like I could see like, oh, okay, well, there's the cautious, but then there's the risky. And sometimes you just have to make those calls.
Yeah, it's where you want to make those risks and where you want to, make those gambles. X10 here, being more on the conservative side here, taking a money battleground. There's 3 vendors in the world. There's one in Aquaria, one in Windia, one in Fireburg. Fireburg vendor is 500 GP, the Windia one is 300, and the Aquaria one is 200 GP. And money routing is pretty important for key item checks when the vendors are set to prioritize like this. They could be gating a really powerful spell. They could be gating a really good piece of armor. So if you want to take the time and get the money, you could be rewarded.
I don't know. I love this game so much.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Every little bits and piece of it.
It's so charming.
It is. It's very, very charming. I don't know. There's something about this game where it's just like, as a kid, I remember the one thing I was really like, the one thing that I was just like, know about is, you know, when you go into the dungeons and then you like beat all the enemies in that room and then you go out of the room and come back and they're all back. That was like the one thing I was like, no.
Really mean stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, thankfully, all the enemies are on screen, so if you could avoid them, you can avoid them. And another feature of the randomizer we didn't actually get to talk about, we actually have it set to randomize enemy positions. So the enemies in dungeons are not where they are in vanilla. They're shuffled around. So every now and again, because of the way they shuffle, you might get little conga lines of enemies, especially in hallways and corridors.
And you have to fight
You have to fight them all to get through them. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. You can also tweak the density too. So for this race, we have the enemy density set to 50% of what they are in dungeons, just because we're trying to go fast here. If you want to slog through 200% enemy density, be my guest. You go for it, Chief. It's all yours. But yeah, I mean, talking about childhood dreams, this game is actually the game I learned how to read on. I'd beaten it like twice before I learned how to read. And I would have my mom or dad sit with me and like read to me the dialogue. Well, after about the second time I beat the game, my mom and dad was like, look, you already beat the game. If you want to read what they're saying, you just gotta have to figure it out and learn how to read. So I took that personally. And I taught myself how to read by playing Mystic Quest.
I mean, I think that's actually really cool. I didn't do that.
My mom loves telling that story too. She's like, God, video games have been a part of your life for forever. And like, it's so ingrained. I was like, yeah. Got a great question from the chat here. Is everything random or are there restrictions? The only things that are not randomized are partner positions and overworld locations and dungeon layouts. And I say that with an asterisk. So just like we talked about in the last race, we're constantly developing. This is a very young randomizer. It's like a little over a year old now. And we're working on new things to randomize. So for now, dungeons are fixed. But we're working on, in the beta version of the randomizer, shuffling the overworld and shuffling dungeon layouts. We're trying to randomize as much as we possibly can in this game.
Without being soft locked.
Yes, correct. Every time we roll out a beta feature, it is open to the public. If you want to check it out, it's ffmqrando.net. Anybody can use the beta version of the site and you get access to new features we're working on. So if you want to try out the new overworld shuffle, if you want to try the dungeon layout shuffle, if you want to do both, test those out, feel free. And if you get stuck, the Discord for the randomizer is a very welcoming place. We love getting community feedback. We love seeing what we can get from people. And if you find bugs, we love seeing those too, because then we can fix them. We really do kind of crowdsource that stuff, and we hope that everybody who does try the randomizer has a great time playing it.
I actually had another great question from chat. It's more pertaining about like not playing the game before, but what makes Phoebe so great. But I think in a broader scale of that, we got to talk about the partners a little bit and how the partners work.
Yeah. So there are two versions of all of your partners. There are 4 partners in the game. Tristan, the treasure hunter, quote unquote. I know you can't see me on camera, but he calls himself a treasure hunter, much in the same vein Locke does. He's more of a ninja than a thief, though. He has the highest speed stat in the game, but he doesn't have a lot in terms of offense. He has the bare essentials, and that's about it. But he's good in a pinch if you need someone fast. Our next partner in the game is Kaylee. She is rocking one of the best resistances in the game, or immunities, which is the immunity to petrification. And she has decent damage in terms of spell and attack power. Unfortunately, though, her magic stat just isn't really that great. She's a good support partner, but other than that, she's kind of middle of the road. We got our boy Ruben right now, which both of our runners have. He hits like a truck when it comes to that Morningstar, and his second version has a very powerful spell called White. Unfortunately, he has no immunities to speak of, so status ailments really get him down, and he just doesn't hit very hard with his spells because He doesn't have a very high spell stat either. And then there's Phoebe, best girl. Both versions of Phoebe are very, very strong. While not as high level as maybe Ruben or Kaylee 2, she rocks a lot of magic spell variety. She has a lot of spell charges. She has a max spell stat in the game. She has 99 magic. Like, she just cranks out magic damage, and she has a bunch of magic uses, on top of having one of the most powerful spells in the game in her second version being white. She has it all, really. The only thing she doesn't have is immunity from petrification. So that's why a lot of our runners will sprint to go pick up Phoebe 2 over all the other partners, because she's quite literally the one who makes everything go fast. In the follow, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead. I was just going to make a joke.
Yeah. Well, and the last piece of that, and it was a great question from Chad, is how do you get these partners? In the randomizer, you're not beholden to the story. There's no story cues to kick people out of your party, so we have made it to where you can get your partners at any time, and they're at fixed locations depending on what version they are. So Kaylee 1 is always in Foresta in her home until you unlock Kaylee 2, and then she's in the Windia Inn. Tristram is always in Sand Temple until you unlock his next version, and then he's in the Fireberg Inn, and all of our partners are unlocked, quote unquote, to their second version after you do their item checks. So the spots in the main game where they would normally hand you an item, so like for Phoebe in Wintry Cave when she gives you the claw weapon, once you go to that check in the randomizer and she hands you a weapon, Phoebe 2 will be waiting for you in the Windia Inn once you swap to another partner. And that's how the partner swaps work. We have it all laid out on the randomizer site at the bottom of things you need to know, as well as your go mode. But I think that about covers it for partners. Sorry, I was a little long-winded, but it's involved.
Yeah, no, that's why I was thinking like we had to go in that, because it is a process of knowing the partners and how it works. I actually had a question. Has the randomizer, I know it's in the early developments of randomizing the dungeons, and like when you go into a room, it'll, give a piece of that dungeon in there. But what about randomizing the partners and their versions?
Not yet. There's been talked about developing the partners to where they roll. There's a couple different options. We can randomize the partners in their locations. We could also randomize the partners in their stats. So there's been talk about randomizing the immunities and the stats of your partners, and like maybe rolling different wizard spells and different black magic spells. So like Phoebe could potentially roll Flare. Ruben could be Pack and Exit. Different things that bring different spice to the randomizer.
I actually like that.
Yeah, no, that would be wild. If you rolled up and picked up a Kaylee who had Exit, it's like, oh, why would I take any other partner? Just get me out of here. She is now best girl.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, we're still working on a lot of things. There's a lot of code to get through. The game is surprisingly solid outside of the obvious glitches from any percent. In terms of making tweaks and changes to values, it's all very weirdly tied together. Like, we're having issues right now with the entrance randomizer. Giant Tree seems to constantly be a softlock spot because of how weirdly tied in it is, the locations. So it's something our developers are working on fixing, and it's been a great challenge. And thankfully that's why we have beta site, right? We don't have to worry about that stuff today with our runners here. They're using the live version.
Yeah. I think it's actually really cool too that like I think the development is just as fun. When you're having like the randomizer and it's in the stages, and then the community is coming together and everything like that. I think it's actually like quite interesting. Like, I remember when Ori Will of the Wisp was being developed, is basically what I'm kind of getting at, where like the whole community came together, and then like Aiko developed, and like a few other people, they spent a lot of love and a lot of time, and it was just so much fun to be like a bug finder or a hunter, or like literally just played the game to break it, but also at the same time like you were trying to help with like the logic. You could be a logic helper where you could find like, oh, okay, well, this is the logic and this is what makes sense. No, this is not what makes sense. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of fun when a randomizer is being made.
It really does make you feel like you're part of the community, and it gets you involved in ways that you almost never really involved with any other games. You're not involved with the development of some of your favorite games out there. That's all done by studios and stuff. But when it comes to randomizers and the community stuff, you're seeing the changes live. You're having an impact. You're having an input on things, and I think that really brings the sense of camaraderie and community together in ways that games normally can't get with unless you get in on the ground floor.
I agree. I think it's a lot of fun too, just to watch the development just as much.
Like being able to see the changes live, and it's like, oh, we found this bug, and we patched it out. Can someone go test it?
Yeah.
I mean, we get that all the time. Still, we have a bugs in development room, and it's almost always active. Like we're always finding new stuff. And unfortunately, while we were having that heartfelt conversation about community, Caleb did get stuck at Jin, and he had to roll back. And unfortunately, his save was all the way back at Rex. While that is bad, it's not as huge of a time loss as you might think. He also now has foresight. So he can forego mines now. He can now run straight to his key item pickups. He knows exactly where things are, like, chest locations, dud checks that he doesn't need to check right now, battlegrounds he doesn't have to do. So while it is a little heartbreaking he had to roll back, he's got that information. He has that knowledge, and knowledge is almost as powerful as getting lucky in the randomizer.
I actually kind of like the way that, like, that's actually a unique idea of a way to do a strat, where it's like, you had the foresight, is it worth the time loss? Or, you know what I mean? Like, maybe I could just, it's like a save anywhere. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. It's like a save anywhere strat. And we actually have people who do that all the time. They'll actually save right before a dungeon, like before they enter it. And then if they don't like what they've been seeing, or they feel like they've been stuck for too long, they'll reset and then just go back to the beginning of the dungeon and leave.
I did have a question from chat. When it comes to the randomizer, I'm still kind of determining who's first or who's in second place. Who would be in first place? I'm thinking it's 10 power or X power, but I don't know, maybe Caleb with that save anywhere strat, who knows?
I would say X10 for right now. He has a higher shard count than Caleb does. Our go mode for those just joining is to get 24 shards. Our runners also need a sword and the dragon claw. So I believe both of our runners... Oh, Caleb just got exit. The perks of having to backtrack there. He now has something that X10 doesn't have yet. X10 hasn't gone back to those battlegrounds and gotten exit. But as soon as our runners get 24 sky coin shards, a sword, and dragon claw, they're in go mode. They can run straight to the final boss. It's just a matter of what equipment they want to run. And unfortunately, we don't have an always active counter for the sky shards, so we kind of just have to watch out for our runners to open up their start menu and go into their items, and then we can see the number over their shards. So, X10 also has exit. Yeah, he's really cooking with gas here. Trying to make a comeback from that last race.
Yeah, I'd be like, yeah. That actually brings up a good question that I was just thinking about right now. I know some randomizers have trackers. Does this one have a tracker?
It does, and X10 is actually one of our key developers for the tracker. There's an emo tracker available for Mystic Quest. It's been built by X10, and it's had contributions from a few other community members. Shoutouts to Pole Sharker. And they're working on getting auto tracking built into the emo tracker as well. So essentially, you don't have to go through and click through all of your item pickups. It'll just, be coded into the emo tracker to run in parallel with the game. And then whenever you get an item, it'll automatically track that for you. Still working out some of the kinks with that from what I remember, but they're making good progress. I've definitely had I've had the pleasure of getting to test that out, and it's been really cool to try out. And I think it also works with Flashcart once they finally get all the kinks worked out of it.
Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, there's some Flashcart capability available with that as well. But for right now, yeah, no, there's the emo tracker. There's a, I think someone else has made a tracker site, but I haven't really been using it that much. But there is one available.
I forgot what this dungeon looked like.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to the RPG chick. She also is part of the randomizer community, and she comes from running 100% and any percent. And she's like, I started doing any percent. I completely forgot what Lava Dome looked like.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I know like she has really good times. And is an amazing speedrunner. Speedruns a lot of great video games. Definitely check out on speedrun.com. Yeah, like I very like a lot of respect there. But yeah, I totally don't remember this. I'm just sitting here going, I don't even know where I would go.
So she's come, and you know, she's really been great to work with in the community as well. Brings a lot of knowledge to the randomizer. But yeah, no, Lava Dome is one of those dungeons where a lot of people don't remember it because it's either really long or it's just really hard or it's just really annoying. One of those three flavors, pick your choice.
But this has the most pickups, so I can see why. Yeah.
We're about to come up on that treasure room that I was talking about here. So in like 2 more rooms, about 3 more rooms, X10 is going to be rolling up on the treasure room, and there's going to be literally a staircase that has 4 chests at the bottom of it. I've had seeds where all 4 of them have been red chest checks, and I'm just going like it's good item, good item, good item, good item.
Now, I did have another question from chat.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a no white magic randomizer? Would have to tweak the enemies a bit, but could be interesting.
Not yet, but there have been talks about, doing changes to certain spells. We've been talking about potentially doing rebalancing, and maybe even changing spells altogether to be not as powerful. Because, I mean, like right now, speaking about white magic, Life is king. It is a hugely powerful white spell. It does everything, minus AoE, or, multi-targeting. Like, you can cure any status ailment while you're in combat. You can pick someone up from death. You can pick them up to full life. Like, it is just that powerful of a tool. So we talked about maybe tweaking it to maybe not be so powerful. Maybe it only brings you back to 25% health or something like that. And that could be an option toggle you could build in the randomizer. And again, we're working constantly about deconstructing the code and reconstructing the code. So we can not only bring variety to the randomizer, but options. And I think that's one of the best things about some really good randomizers is options. Like, you could tell if a randomizer is really going to be fun if it gives you the options to tweak the game to play the way you want to play.
Yeah. See, that's what's that's something that I don't think we have. Like I know we've been saying that, like, oh, well, I love randomizers because it gives a variety to the game and gives it a new, like, breath of fresh air kind of idea. But basically, the other thing that I failed to mention about randomizers is that there's different settings. So, like, I can't really say on the Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, but I know, like, in Ori, we have, World Tour all shards. So meaning that the dungeon keys got split up, and then there's fragments in the world or these relics that we have to go and find. And like the thing is, like, you can add on different settings like that, where you could have like multiple settings at once and make the randomizer harder or make it easier to whatever level you want. But essentially, there's different modes, and you can always do those different modes in the randomizers, and that's what's a ton of fun.
Mm-hmm. And like, everyone's going to have their own skill level. Everyone's going to have their different way of enjoying the game. And so it really is, being able to cater to all those different viewpoints and styles that I think randomizers really shine through.
Yeah. Honestly, I see another question from chat. I do not remember how long the vanilla, like to play it casually. I remembered it was a good amount of time, but when you're a kid, time is not, space and time is not on your mind. I just remembered it was a game and it was fun.
I would say it takes like 4 or 5 hours.
Okay.
And the thing to remember is Ben does not move this fast. Nostalgia is maybe fueling some of me, especially when I first saw the randomizer. I was like, yeah, Ben moved that fast in the original game, and I went back and I touched the vanilla game. I was like, oh no, Ben does not move that fast at all. So yeah, movement speed, enemy density, all those things are kind of gated in the vanilla game. Still a great time, but it's going to have a much lower difficulty and just kind of a higher grind set. Still worth playing though, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh, no, I would say definitely give this game a try, like casually. It's one of those RPGs where it introduces you into JRPGs, or not just JRPGs, but RPGs in general very well. The scale is pretty, like, yeah, the RNG is what makes it hard, but I would say the scale to going into like something like this than going into like a Final Fantasy, it's nice.
It's way more digestible. It's
Yes.
much less. It's way less moving parts. Like I didn't I didn't appreciate this till I got older. But like when you first boot up the game, the way it gives you your health is not like this. It's not number mode. It's an option, but by default, the game segments your health into like little graph display pieces. And every like 10 bits makes up a chunk, and you just kind of like do your math that way. Instead of looking at numbers and stats in the raw like this. But it has some accessibility options. You can make those changes, and you know, it is very, very beginner friendly.
So I have a question for you. What got you into the randomizer?
So funnily enough, I was perusing YouTube one night and I saw the GDQ channel had hotfix up for the randomizer, and it was the race specifically between Sir Link-a-Lot and Kedril. And I saw this and I was like, oh, and you know, I looked at the title. I was like, oh, Mystic Quest. I'll watch this race. You know, I like Mystic Quest. And then they started going. And like, oh, by the way, there's a randomizer. I was like, Mystic Quest has a randomizer since when? So I immediately started scouring and looking for it, and I did find it. And I was like, I gotta get in on this. And I joined the Discord, and the rest is kind of history, as they say.
Aw, I like hearing that.
You know, it's been a great time. Like I said, very welcoming community. Very beginner friendly randomizer to pick up if you've been intimidated by randomizers and you're like, I want to get in on the ground floor on something that's not too difficult. This is a great one to start. And it's got so many options and choices to choose from that you know, you really can tweak this to be the game you could play for months if you want to.
I did have a question about actually, like, something that just came to my mind. The walking the backwards, even though it's a custom sprite, is it inverted or is it just the same? It's just backwards.
So it's the same, and
okay.
It's a really it's a funny coding trick they did. So essentially all they did was go into the game's values for Caleb's sprite, and they literally inverted the positions. So for when you press down and he's traveling down, they just made it to where the sprite that shows is the facing up sprite and vice versa. So that's why when he's even in battle, Ben's turned around. And that's all it is. It's just a sprite swap.
Okay. So it has nothing to do. It's just literally a cosmetic. It's not a...
Correct. He's not pressing different inputs on his controller than he normally would.
Because I was going to say, if that was inverted on top of that actually is...
That would be really hard. But
yeah, it would be.
It is just graphical, thankfully. I couldn't imagine the mental gymnastics you'd have to pull off to play this game inverted. I'd lose my mind.
Same. I mean, I know like some video games can do that and it's programmed that way, but yeah, I don't know. This is, you already have to fight the enemies and then the battling system's already touchy. No.
Great question from chat. So if Caleb is blinded, does Ben turn around? The answer is yes. So if he gets the blind status effect, Ben will actually be facing the correct direction.
So we should just have Benji get blinded all the time for Caleb.
Exactly. And then everything will be normal, except for when he's on the overworld.
Yep. We can't blind on the overworld.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually kind of funny. So right now... Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, this is going to be our catch-up point right here. X10's running into the same issue that Caleb ran into. He's a little better off stat-wise, but he's not better off resistance-wise. And so he's kind of having to make the same judgment call that Caleb made. It's like, all right, do I stick this out and try to blow through Jin and just kind of like power through this fight with luck? Or do I make the call to leave the fight and come back?
Oh, that double petrify, that breaks my heart every time.
Yeah, and the worst part about it is it looks like it's the only attack he rolled. So literally the only attack he has is Petrify, and he has nothing he can do against it. It's just Stone Gaze after Stone Gaze after Stone Gaze, and it's a guaranteed hit. So X10 making the right call here. He saved right before Jin, so he's just going to peace on out.
Yeah. I'm hoping... So what could be behind Jin that would be like game-changing in the terms of the randomizer?
I think it might be, and I'm hoping this isn't the case, but it might be progression. Our runners might be gated behind finding a way to defeat Jin to get to the other sections, but X10 is making his way to another area here, so he might have the coins he needs. Kaylee could also have progression for our runners here. So.
Oh, getting Kaylee 1?
Mm-hmm. After you go to the forest with Kaylee 1, she has the chance to give you, she gives you a key item.
I actually want to play this randomizer. Like I'm like actually, like my friend Midnight was like, Rue, you got to play this. And I'm like, I'm going to, I promise I will one day. And yeah, I'm actually vibing the whole like randomizer and how it works, because the more that I see it, the more I'm like, okay, I understand what this randomizer's doing. Beforehand, it was like, well, I didn't think I had enough game knowledge, but now I'm like, you know what? I think I can handle it because I've done the any % runs. It's just exploring the dungeons that I haven't like explored in a long time.
And it's just, once you get those layouts down after a run or two, it's really, you know, getting those crit paths kind of ironed out with items you have. And there's our progression for X10. Kaylee, all along. No one has to fight Jin. He can go straight to Aquaria now.
Oh.
Crisis averted.
Oh no, but Caleb. Well, hey, X10 is, I would say, in the lead for now.
There is opportunity to catch up though, so Caleb probably will not fight Wyvern like X10 did. Fighting bosses can sometimes just be slow, and especially for Wyvern, he has a chest behind him, but it could randomly be a brown chest, and you can jump. You could save right before and jump and look, and then just reset the game, and then exit out. You don't have to take that fight, even if you're doing a chest check. So Caleb might go that route. He might make a safety save, check Wyvern and see if he's got anything worth it, and if he thinks he's got something worth it, he'll do the fight. If he doesn't think he's got anything worth it, he's going to piece on out here with the exit and go somewhere else.
Well, I am kind of curious to see because now we're like, we have, I don't know how many coins each runner has, but I would say that with that exploration of that lava dome, though, there was quite a good grip of those shattered sky coins. So I'm just kind of curious how many has of what of each. I guess is the best way to put it.
I wouldn't be surprised if X10 was in go modes in terms of shards.
Yeah, because there was a lot of shards.
Yeah, he's had a lot of pickups here. I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the high teens or low 20s. Gaia armor, that's a huge pickup for our runners there from that vendor. And Excalibur, they just really need Dragon Claw. Once they get Dragon Claw, they're in go mode, I think. And here's a little logic routing for you, right? So we're looking for Dragon Claw for go mode. Dragon Claw can't be in Windia. None of the Windia dungeons minus Rope Bridge can give you Dragon Claw. Because you would need Dragon Claw to get to those checks. The logic's not there. So, fingers crossed here they find it in Aquaria, and then it's really just a matter of picking their partner and going to the last dungeon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it's I think in terms of, like you were saying, the coins, I think Caleb's doing pretty good though too, because like going through the dungeon and everything and picking up all the chests and everything like that. And this was a very, very hefty, how do I put it? It was like a lot of pickups in this dungeon. It's the end of the line for you.
Exactly. And see, there we go. There's that save out. So Caleb's he saved right before the fight, and he's just gonna get on out.
Doesn't want to do the fight.
I mean, it's a waste of time at this point. He gets no rewards. He doesn't need to save that crystal. He doesn't need the brown chest behind the boss. He's just gonna peace on out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with this.
Maybe handing out magic ring. We got Mobius crest. There's still some good items to get from here. But yeah, I really think our runners just need one item and then they're in go mode.
Yeah. I'm with you on that too. I think it's just a claw at this point. It's actually kind of nice to know, like, you know, what items that you need to get to that next checkpoint, because I did forget about that.
The only annoying part about Sky Shard is like when you have that knowledge. So let's say you know that you need the Dragon Claw, and so you're fishing around for the one item and you keep finding shards. You're like, no, I have all the shards I need. Please give me the item I want.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Because there are 40 shards total.
Yeah, and you only just need like
24.
20. Yeah. Well, we got Cupid Locket. That's not too bad. 10 got Cupid Locket.
Oh, yeah. And he made, I mean, usually the walk through Spencer's Cave is pretty arduous, but with Exit, it's not too bad. Now he is walking out, but Caleb is now about to make his critical progression point. He's about to get his sand coin and make his way to Aquaria. And he might rush straight for Pyramid.
Oh, really?
He might, after he unlocks Phoebe 2 at Winter Cave, he might do all of Winter Cave because there's a good number of chests in there, or he might just sprint straight for Pyramid.
Yeah, because at this point it's just finding the claw, I think, for both of them. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what Caleb's going to decide to do. I feel like I'm understanding the randomizer really, really well. I actually kind of like that.
Oh yeah, no, you watch it once or twice and you're like, I get this now. I understand the base mechanics. Now how do I get into this?
Yeah.
Just like right now, X just went to go pick up Phoebe 2. I mean, Kaylee 2. And if he's got access, he should have the Mobius crest. He might be in go mode. Oh no, never mind. He still needs Dragon Claw. But once he gets Dragon Claw, he can warp to Windia with Kaylee, pick up Phoebe
Switch
2.
out. Yep.
And then he's in the dungeon. And if he goes to Windia anyways, then he's good.
Yeah, honestly. Oh, it was it's still a good item to have, but it wasn't the claw for X10 power.
Yep. And I mean, he still needs firepower to take on the Dark King. So every spell and piece of armor that he gets is good there.
Yep. Yeah, I'm hoping, is the Dark King going to be as mean or?
He might. He definitely probably will not be as healthy as he was last time, but he could still have some mean attacks. He will not be an insurmountable wall. He just might be a very thorny piece of glass.
Yeah, I've never, that Dark King battle with the last race was just so.
That's how a final boss battle should be.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when like, because like honestly, the last seed was really, really good. But final boss battle should be very, very hard, especially when you're being like under leveled and everything like that, and you're trying to go as fast as you can.
And X10's play to pick up Kaylee there, another great benefit of that. And he's got his Dragon Claw.
Oh, he's got the claw. I think that's go mode.
Yeah, I believe he's in go mode. I think he's got the shards. Really, it's just a matter of going to go pick up Phoebe. And I think he's looking for access to pick up Phoebe. But he might be just, if he takes too long, he might just say, we're going to go with Kaylee.
Oh.
Yeah, really using Kaylee to his advantage there. The crab enemies are weak to axe attacks. And Kaylee has the highest damage with physical attacks. He just barely beats out Ruben. But both Ruben and Kaylee do axe damage, and he just cracked that crab wide open like 2 turns. Done.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that was a smart call to get Kaylee too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she's going to do way more damage than Phoebe won. And help him clear out some quick things. Caleb went all the way in. See, he's getting the Gemini crest. So when he finds his Dragon Claw, all he has to do is go to Aquaria, warp to Fireburg, and then if he's got the multi-key, he goes from Fireburg to Windia, gets his Phoebe 2, and he's out.
Oh. So basically it's anyone at this point. Anyone could, like, as long as the claw, you can go in go mode at that point. For Caleb.
Exactly.
I'm finding X10 powers play interesting right here. Are we trying to find like access to get to Windia?
Yeah, I think he's looking for a means, either the multi-key or the Sun Coin, and maybe some spells. Because you really don't want to go to Dark King without White or Flare. It'll just be kind of, especially without Phoebe, like you need some form of firepower. If you have Phoebe, you can forego really the spells, make Ben heal the whole time, and Phoebe can be your damage dealer. But if you're rocking Kaylee, who is the support partner, you need to have some form of firepower.
Yeah, you need to have that magic. Yeah, because White and Flare are very, very powerful spells in this game in particular. I think White, I don't know. I don't remember which one's the best, but White's pretty up there.
White is the most usable. Flare in this game has a fire element, so some bosses who are resistant to fire, it's not good to use on them. They both have the same animation speed though. So for Dark King, Flare is the better spell. He has no fire resistance. You can do about 600 more damage per turn with Ben with Flare than versus what you could do with White.
Oh, this is a good race. I love seeing the different divergence of the paths. Like, I love that.
Oh yeah, for sure. X10's making a move here. I wonder if he's gonna go for it.
Oh, just with Kaylee too?
He might. Unless he picked up Sun Coin when I wasn't looking. Get a Sun Coin.
Oh. Where was the Sun Coin? I guess
I think it was an Ice Pyramid.
It was a nice pyramid.
Yeah.
Looks like Caleb's gonna find out pretty soon about the claw. So let's see what's gonna happen here too.
This 3-pillar setup isn't actually doable in vanilla because of enemy positions, but in Randomizer it's very doable because we shuffle enemy positions. we cheat a little bit. And it was very funny when we first started racing the game. We had a tournament, and a lot of the veteran runners who played the vanilla game, went through the top left and went down and moved the pillars that way because they were operating on standard speedrun knowledge. Like the newer ones of us who'd only learned from watching some of the other randomizer runners who do the 3-pillar strats were like, no. You just walk in, push them around, and you're good. You go fast.
Yeah. That's awesome. To actually answer a question from chat, so are there 30 coin pieces? Essentially, there's technically 40 shattered sky coins, but only need 24 for this randomizer to beat the level, as well as just getting the essential equipment to progress.
And that being said, there are different options for shattered sky coin. You could do like 16, you could do 36, you could set it to random. So it really is just, if you do shattered sky coin, it is the player's choice. And even with the random setting, we have two different options. You could do like a smaller spread where it's like 12 to like 30, or a really big spread where it's like you need between like 15 or 38. Oh, and Kaylee two-handing out that flare. I think X is good. I think he's good. I think he's going to make a couple other safety checks here. And selling Thunder, I wouldn't buy that for $1.
Not for $1?
Not even for $1. So unfortunately, spells in the game have not been balanced. No. And the sooner you find a spell in the vanilla game, the weaker it is. It's almost, the spells are basically power locked behind progression.
Oh, interesting. I forgot about that.
So Thunder, seeing as which is, you could get it as early as Aquaria. It really is the weakest of all the wizard spells. The rest pack a huge punch. White, Meteor, Flare, all awesome. Thunder, not so much.
Yeah. Thunder hasn't been the strongest in this game, like in general, too, if I recall correctly.
It really has.
No Pazuzu Tower. We don't want.
No, I think if we have all of our coins, we don't need to do P Tower.
You don't want to do it? Are you sure?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm wondering where, if he has all of his shards. Oh, he is going to the P Tower. He must be missing a few shards.
Oh. So that actually brings up another question. I thought so too. If you set it to random for a sky coin count, is there a way to check how many you actually need before trying to go to the end?
Yes.
We have been mentioning this, but just to kind of bring it up for anyone new coming in.
So at the very beginning of the game in the level forest, when you go in, the old man is floating there. And if you talk to him, he will tell you how many shards you need to basically unlock the final door. And then he'll fly away, and Ben will shrug. His iconic shrug. But that's how you find out how many. Is talking to the girl in the tower do anything? No, she wastes about 10 seconds of your time. Yeah, talking to Norma sends her back home to her father, Otto, who builds the Rainbow Road. But aside from that, since we have the, road to Pazuzu's tower already unlocked, it just wastes about 10 seconds of your time to go home.
I don't even think that I talked to her in the any percent.
I wouldn't. I mean, it doesn't gate any progression, I don't think.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested in seeing what the call is here for X10 power.
Me too. I'm wondering if he's feeling a little skittish because of that last seed.
Another question. Can you randomize spell effects yet? So i.e. casting white actually casts heal or flare casts life? That's actually an interesting question.
Not yet. There have been talks about adjusting spells, though. That is something coming down the pipe.
That is an interesting idea, though. I didn't even think that was in talks, but that is interesting. That's a different way to play a game for sure.
Oh yeah, no, and I mean, we're always open to suggestions for potential ways to make the game more fun or weird. So if you want to get in on it, you know, ffmqrando.net, you hop in the Discord, you join the community. We're always open to ideas. So, you know, if you want to make those suggestions for, you know, things you want to see the randomizer do and things you want to develop, understand that, you know, we have a small community doing the development parts, but if you're skilled at coding and you want to help with the development, we're always open to people helping out as well.
Yeah, and if anyone who is interested, it's in the pins. There's multiple ways to get involved with the community. There's the speedrun.com, and if you go there, you can find the Discord. There's also the website for the randomizer for anyone who's interested.
For sure.
I think, we're looking. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna, I think X10 Power is looking for more sky fragments.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see his. So Caleb's at 19. He's about 5 off.
I kind of want the pause to see for X10.
Open your menu, please.
Open the menu, please. I'm just curious.
Me too. And so here's where you kind of have to respect the enemies. Normally you would just use white here with Phoebe, but if he would have done that, 600 and something damage would have been reflected back at him, potentially knocking her out. So the enemies still have their same resistances as they do in vanilla. Same weaknesses as well.
Yeah, because if I recall correctly, that slime can reflect.
It's the black slimes and the green beholders in Pazuzu's tower.
All right, we're just looking for shards at this point, I think.
Yeah, we've got all the firepower we need. We've got the weapons we need.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you, what do you think about the firepower right now for both of the runners?
Honestly, with Flare and Arrow, they're set. Realistically, you only need 2 spells. You could do a mix and match of any of them. If you have white, you can get away with just using white since it's non-elemental, but if you don't have white, you need at least 2 spells. Meteor and Flare are good. Arrow and Flare is also another really good combination. The reason I say that is because a lot of the end-game, 2 of the end-game bosses are actually weak to Arrow. So the Pazuzu refight and the Wyvern refight, both of them are weak to Arrow, and you get a lot more black magic charges than you do wizard spell charges.
Well, see, I know this dungeon, but this is the first time seeing this dungeon in the randomizer.
Yep. And you'll notice Caleb's doing a very good job of tapping his way across these corners here so he doesn't accidentally fall down. But I think that one was intentional. I think he fell to
get those chests.
Shards.
Yep. Because there's a good amount of chests. Look at all those.
And he just got his Windia access. That multi-key is going to give him access to Windia. He already has the... Yeah.
That was a good call.
I might just book it from here personally.
Yeah.
I would just go pick up,
go mode.
Yeah, I think he's going to go mode it.
Maybe commentator.
Maybe commentator willing things into existence.
Instead of the other way around.
Yeah. Who was, instead of cursing things, who had our flare? Do you remember?
I remember X10 Power has flare with Benji, I think.
Yep. If Kaylee is handing out flare...
The second one.
If Kaylee 2, which Caleb has, as soon as he picks up Phoebe 2, he could check Kaylee 2, and if Kaylee's handing out flare, he's set. So this could be the comeback for Caleb.
Oh. Let's see. I think, yeah, it's go mode for Caleb. I think X10 Power is just trying to find like maybe 1 or 2 more shards. I have to see the menu.
There's Flare.
Yeah, Caleb's probably like, okay, I'm definitely in go mode at this point.
Yep, for sure.
Honestly, though, this actually has been a nice way to see the randomizer in a different way. Because earlier we had to save the crystals, which you had to go for the bosses. And then once you were done with all 4 of the bosses, then you could go and finish the randomizer. But in this case, we have all the Shattered Sky coins. And so it was definitely a unique take on playing this randomizer.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, there's still even more options. You could technically, there's an option to start with the Sky Coin. So you can enable the Doom Castle shortcut, start with the Sky Coin, and literally your only limiting factor for getting to the end boss is what items you want to bring to the table. You can also shuffle in the Sky Coin in with all the other red boxes. So there really is a lot of options in terms of mixing and matching and really making the ideal way you want to play this randomizer.
Is this game free to play? I would say it's a very, very old game that you can buy for the SNES. Oh, we just got all those Sky Coins. Oh, it's going to be a tight race, I think, because now I think X10 Power is in go mode for sure.
Mm-hmm. It really is just going to be a matter of luck here. And this last section is going to go pretty fast. Like I said, spell-wise, both of them are decked out. They have everything they need. They have exit. They have all the power spells they need. They have good armor. A combination of Gaia armor and the Aegis shield are going to cover them on most of the status ailments they're going to come across. Caleb's already going to make short work of the first boss. The second one, as soon as he gets through the little mini dungeon he has to redo, which honestly won't take long. Being go mode. I mean, like, he'll be cruising through here. But this wasn't in the last one, but this is normally what you have to go through to get to the final boss, is a little mini remix, so to speak.
Of all the dungeons you went through.
With a little twist. I don't remember having to grappling hook my way through the ice pyramid.
For anyone that is coming in, welcome. To answer the questions that I have been seeing, to clarify, the walking the backwards sprite, it is a custom-made sprite that is deliberately walking backwards, moonwalking everywhere. And then, yes, Mystic Quest does have a rando. If anyone who is interested in getting involved, if you check in the pins, the randomizer is the last one. And if you want to get more involved and have more questions from the community, who are very sweet and very welcoming, you can always check out the speedrun.com link and then check out the Discord.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like I've said, like, this is still a very young randomizer, and there's still so much more we want to do with it. And so if there are any talented coders out there or people who feel like they want to contribute to the randomizer, feel free to join the community. Or if you just want to play it, join the community, please. I mean, the more the merrier. We have weekly seeds that we put up. People will go through and make seed settings that everybody can play with, and you time yourself and you post them on our weekly seed page. And we have leaderboards every week for people who run the weekly seed, and it's a good time. That animation for the Dragon Claw Caleb screen. Give me a chuckle every time. I remember getting lost on this floor as a kid. Now that I know it from running the game in the randomizer, I feel so silly looking back, because it really is just as easy as going up on the right and then just hopping over.
To the left, yeah.
Yeah, it takes like 5 seconds to navigate now, but like when I was a kid, I was stuck on this floor for like 30 minutes. Like, where do I go? What do I do?
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize you could like hop over that little part too after you grapple. I think that was what
I didn't
stopped
realize
me.
you could grapple hook the rocks because they didn't look like the little Ys like all the other grapple points in the tree. So I was like, what are these rocks? Why are they in my way? And then, grapple hook the rocks.
Yep. That's funny. I forgot about that. I think I did the same thing too, where I didn't think they were something you could grapple. Because I remember having a hard time with this level.
Oh, yeah. Caleb opting to cure Phoebe's blindness instead of having both of our characters walk backwards here.
Oh, it's funny.
Can't have a matching. Ben's got to be special. Ooh, that is a paper mache wyvern. Look at him. Down to phase 2 in one half shot. Like, that wasn't even full damage from white. It was like split into 1/3. So yeah, a little FYI quirk for people who aren't familiar with Mystic Quest. When you use multi-targeting spells like that, the more your damage is split amongst your targets. So if you attack 2 targets, your damage is split in half evenly between 2 of them. If you attack 3 targets, it's split into 1/3 for each target. And when we comment like baby damage, put him down, like that's baby damage.
I think after this one, we have the wind area, right? The wind.
Oh, we got Pazuzu. So we're going to see a lot of tap walking on these tightrope here.
Yeah.
It is a very narrow walkway, and I've seen many a runner fall. Now, on the upper section, you can't fall off. You can go as fast as you want.
Yeah. It's that lower section so if you do fall, you fall to the next level, which is the flame area that we just saw.
Mm-hmm. Now, a little speed hack we use, and I think the 100% does it too, but if you fall on the right side of this floor, and fall specifically down to the fire floor, it's faster to just fall, grapple hook, and jump and leave and go to the Dark King than it is to try to re-navigate the floor.
Oh, is it? I might have re-navigated that a few times. Honestly, this is a very good race right now. They're pretty close.
They're right on each other. RNG on the final boss is really going to make it. And if it's a paper mache king, I think Caleb has it. If he's a little nastier, it could go either way. Little factoid here: that doorway isn't actually blocked on that side, so Caleb could have just stepped right and skipped that fight.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yep, I remember that.
You do not have to go down and around doorways. This is the SNES era where walls are just a suggestion.
Yeah, basically just they're there. You walk right, and they're gone. I love that. I don't know. This is actually like a really, really good close race.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is. They are neck and neck, and Jerkbird, aka Zuh, is going to be really the only major obstacle. I don't think King is going to be. I'm going to find some wood real quick. Is going to be too nasty for our runners.
Yeah, hopefully this time the Dark King's not going to be, because even from the last race, that was apparently that was pretty like one of the hardest Dark Kings, from my understanding.
Oh yeah, so like if you wanted to see the worst that Dark King could really offer, that is about as nasty as he gets without tweaking the stats to go even higher. So let's see if we have a 2-piece meal here, or if Big Bird here is going to be a full bucket.
Well, I was kind of curious, since they are like getting close to the final boss. Was there anything that you would like to say about the community or say about yourself? It's been wonderful talking with you, and honestly, you've been an amazing commentary, because like this is a lot of information to process, and tracking 2 of these at the same time is really hard.
Oh, I thank you very much, first off, and thanks again for having us. I mean, any exposure we could get on the community and really kind of showcase that, yes, a randomizer for Mystic Quest exists is always great. And we always love working with the GDQ staff whenever we get a chance. I did want to shout out, all the people who just recently joined the community and all the people who've been with the community since the beginning. I really do think that randomizers like this take a community, and without that, they're really not as enjoyable. Finding people with the same kind of likes and wants for a game and the ways you want to see it change and adapt, and being able to be part of those changes is really great. But yeah, no, I myself still run this randomizer every Saturday on stream. I usually either do a speed run of a different game, or I'm cranking out randomizer seeds, either doing beta tests or community suggestions. So sometimes I'll have my chat make me some seeds and I'll play through them, and they can be a little nasty sometimes, but I mean, I love this game so much, and I love the randomizer, and I love everything we've been able to showcase with it. So it really has been a delight to be on the show and being able to showcase it like this. Sorry, but I almost paused for the final boss theme. It's just so good.
It's so good. It's really fine. I agree. No, thank you for being on the show. It's been wonderful having you. Honestly, the races have been really, really, really good. I kind of like these kind of races because it's like, how do I put it? It's nice to see that the race cannot be determined because of skill. It's determined because of just the randomizer, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes RNG just fully takes the wheel here, and it can make or break you. And I think we were in a little bit of a hairy position here at the beginning, but Caleb really pulled it out. Like, he had a huge setback with not having a save, but here he is, first the Dark King. The Dark King's going down way faster than last time. I think he's taken, 3 hits so far?
Yeah, and he's already on the 3rd phase.
Yeah, we got ourselves a Paper King here. Now, that being said, he's still a threat. He still has the potential to have some nasty attacks. A little bit of graphical glitching there because he's not supposed to use that attack here.
Can we say it? Has that never happened before?
Oh, it's happened before.
It just doesn't happen a lot.
It does not happen a lot. Ooh, Doom Spray. Ooh. I would rather fight a billion Dark Kings with jacked up damage than fight a Dark King who has an instant kill attack mixed into its attacks. That terrifies me more. Like, especially a fast Dark King with insta kill, because then you're really playing with fire. Dark King's stats, he could be very slow or very fast. If you get a fast Dark King, look out. He is wrecking shop.
Oh, interesting.
We're at the final stretch here. It's looking like this might be one to take away for Caleb. Getting some bad luck there on Phoebe on the first round. She's confused. She could wipe the party.
Oh, no.
He's making good progress. He's in phase 2 already.
Yeah, he's honestly, it's
That's
been
time
impressive.
for Caleb. GG's.
Oh, GG's. I mean, honestly, that was a really, really good, that was a way nicer Dark King, but that's a really, really good, great job, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a little rough in the beginning, but they had fantastic recovery. And, really just kind of goes to show the slight tweaking of any of these settings can make the game completely different in the way you play it with the routing. And both of our runners here showed off some really good routing, getting some really good luck there at the end. And I think I just heard a sigh of relief from Caleb there with a Dark King who didn't take him 20 minutes to kill.
Yeah, a little bit.
That was your paper mache figurine.
Yeah.
Man, I was so mad at myself for 98% of that seed.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
Man.
I want to say big GGs to both of those
Thank you.
runs.
Thank you. Yeah, that reset out of the gen fight, I was like, well, I just lost the race. Like, Heavings knows, like, I'm the slightest misstep like that in a race, I'm just like, well, I'm done. I'm just gonna forfeit. Like, and I guess I got lucky in my routing, and once that happened, I was like, well, I'm just gonna keep going. But I took my headset off and had to kind of refocus, and I was just like, all right, I know I don't need to do the volcano, and I just hope that Ruben's dad and the back half of that are required.
That's time.
Hey,
For
GG
Caleb's
X10.
Time for X10 as well.
GG, man.
GG.
Yeah, no,
That's a close one.
I mean, I was telling the chat, like, when you had that setback, chat was like, oh no, Caleb's really falling behind. I was like, well, he has a knowledge, and knowledge is almost as powerful as any other tool you could get in the randomizer.
Yeah.
You can really, like, you could rule out Jin now. You knew he only had petrify attacks, and like you can make different decisions based on that information. And you really did come back, and just shout outs to both of you again. It's separated by like a little bit over a minute. Like very, very close race. A very good showing from both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, honestly, X 10 Power, you did a great job. Like, honestly, it was really, really fun to watch. And Caleb, you did it as well. You both, like, I don't know, this game is not, how do I put it? As a speedrun, it is hard. There's some challenges with it, but as a randomizer, I could see how, like, things can go wrong very quickly. but basically, I wanted to say congratulations, honestly, to both of you. You did a great job showcasing this. And I'm actually glad that everybody was like, oh, hey, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest has a randomizer? What? Honestly, I hope that there's going to be more and you'll see more growth. And I'm happy to watch the randomizer grow as well as there's like new mechanics being introduced and everything like that. I am going to be trying to does anyone wanted to say their shout outs or plugins for themselves? You could go first, X 10 Power.
Okay, I do have a few things to say. If you're new to the community for Final Fantasy Mystic Quest Randomizer, we do have a tracker that's being worked on. I'm actually the head of that project. You can also follow me at twitch.tv X 10 Power, and I want to say thanks to everyone that has helped support me to get me to this point.
Aww.
Awesome.
Yeah. You go ahead, Caleb.
I think the real MVP of this seed was Kaylee. She bailed me out on multiple occasions. So big shout out to Kaylee there. Thank you so much, Rue and Hebbings, for putting the show together. Ray for doing the stuff in the background. This was a ton of fun, and I'm really glad I got to be a part of it. If you guys want to follow me, I don't really have a steady stream schedule or anything, but Ray Fates Caleb on Twitch, or you can go to rayfatescaleb.com and check out the podcast. I do with my good friend Rafe. It's a lot of fun, but this has been a wonderful Friday night. So thank you so much for having me.
Of course. And then anything you have to say? It was great commentating with you, by the way.
Oh no, it's a pleasure working with you as well. Like, being here and being able to do this, I think is a great privilege, and I love doing it, and I love being able to get X10 and Caleb out here and being able to kind of talk chat's ear off while I go ahead and try to hype up our randomizer as much as possible. And I just want to give shout outs to our community. I wouldn't be here without them. I wouldn't be doing this without any of them, and I don't think I'd even be streaming without the Mystic Quest randomizer as much as I do now. So really shout outs to the Wild Ham for making the randomizer. Shout outs to the community for helping him get things off the ground and where it is now, and looking forward to many more years of adding more wacky stuff to this randomizer and being involved with it. And thanks again, GDQ, thanks Ray, and thank you, Kitaru, for having us.
Well, thank you. Well, do not go anywhere. We still have more of my show called Legally Cute, where it's cute and cozy speedruns. So stay tuned. We're just going to take a nice little break, stretch around, and get set up for the next run and next race. Actually, it's going to be a 3-ray race, and it's going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be the Super Lesbian Animal RPG. So definitely hype for that. And thank you all for coming, and we'll be back soon. Hello, everybody. This is Cutie Roo SR, or Cutie Roo. I go by Cutie Roo now. I don't know. I'm just me. I'm the host for Legally Cute, and I am here showcasing a wonderful and spectacular game that came out, and I'm so excited about it because it's going to be a three-way race. And it's going to be a ton of fun. But before we go into the race, I just have a few things that I just want to remind everyone on. For all the upcoming events, we do have the SGDQ coming up, and the submissions for the volunteers, the offsite volunteer submissions, are opening up. They opened up, and they're going to be done by March 22nd. So if you're interested, the event's going to be from May 28th to June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And yeah, if you want to go get some more information, you can go to gamesdonquick.com for more. Also, we do have the other upcoming event for PAX East 2023 on March 23rd through the 26th. If you would like to go, be sure to check out to see the speedrun stage. And if you're interested in watching the speedruns or playing through the gauntlet. Also, for anyone who is on YouTube, if you are watching on YouTube, you could press the like button and subscribe on the video. Also, if you are on this Twitch channel and you're interested in looking in for more of our live content, we do have all the Hotfix shows starting weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Alrighty, everyone. Are we ready for the race? Say hi, everybody. Let's go with Leggy, and then we'll go up. So let's say hi. You go first, Leggy.
Hi, I'm Leggy. I've been here before, I think. I am really excited to be gay live on stream.
I am too. And Kai, you say hi.
Hi, I'm Kyra. I am also very excited to be gay on stream, and good luck to y'all.
And NBs.
Hello, everybody. I'm NBZ, and pronouns are she, they, and I am the one on camera. Hello, everybody.
Alrighty. Well, whenever y'all ready, do you want me to start the countdown?
Go ahead.
Good to me.
Okay. Are my races ready?
Ready.
I'm ready.
On set. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So I'm super, super excited for this game because it's adorable. Also, it's something that like I've seen, and I just am super, super happy that it's going to be happening.
It's an amazing game, honestly.
Yeah, it's
and
really good.
The music is phenomenal.
The album's on Bandcamp. Check it out.
Oh, yeah, it's great. You might not be able to see too much of the text in the story because we skipped through it, but that will leave you room to go play it yourself and find out all the fun stuff that's in it.
We are going to take a quick moment and make the text go even faster, and also turn on the automatic sprint feature so that we don't have to hold a button down as we're moving around.
I mean, I still do that because the chat, or not the chat, the dialogue always skips with X for me. So I just hold that down throughout the entire run because there's no reason not to.
Yep.
Fair. My fingers get tired.
Someone's saying something about the precursor to this game. Yeah, so this game started out as a My Little Pony fan game and then got majorly reworked into this absolute gem. We're fighting here against the Behemoth board because it is a scripted fight, so we don't actually have to win. This player is going to come and help us. So it's fastest to card.
So this game, I didn't realize it had like a predecessor.
I believe it's called Super Lesbian Horse RPG.
That's the one.
A horse RPG?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This game is so adorable.
Yeah. Everything
I
about
love how
it is so pretty.
vibrant. Yeah. I love how vibrant it is. I love all the colors.
I'm choosing the Amorous Paladin path here because it doesn't really matter, and it's, I think, technically fastest because of some text boxes, and it's also very gay.
Yes.
Being gay is optimal.
It is,
At least in
it
this
is
run.
in several different places.
I know for me, I definitely have to play this game because I never heard of it or anything like that until just recently. So it's something that I'm definitely like very, very interested. But I think the whole like aesthetic of it, as well as like I don't know, it just fits to a T of like all the indie games that I like to play. But this is definitely on like, if I was going to play the next game, it would be like in the top 3 right now.
Yeah, I was like, I think I heard about this game a couple months before it released, and I was like, oh, I need to speedrun this whenever it happens. So I waited for it to come out, bought it immediately, like as soon as I finished it casually, went and put it on speedrun.com.
Was it, in terms of learning, is it like hard to learn or for the speedrun?
I would say it's not any harder than any other game, really. There's some general strategies you use. Pretty typical RPG run, I think.
Yeah, as far as RPG runs go, this is definitely on the easier side to learn the run for. At least in my experience. And of course, we're still fairly early on in the game's life cycle, so there's definitely plenty of stuff still out there for people to find. And of course I missed on Hoop Snake.
I did too.
Oh, unlucky. I'm the only one that didn't miss. Haha! Time save.
I also had an encounter in the first path. Yeah, Hoop Snake has a strangely high dodge rate, so it's a little nasty.
Yeah, it's 3 hits, 2 if you crit on one of the first 2 hits.
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many Stardew Valley vibes here. I love it.
Oh yeah,
Right?
for sure.
I really love this game.
That frame of Melody with the glowing orb in her hands is the one that always ends up being the YouTube thumbnail on my runs for some reason.
I always get a hulking rabbit.
Oh, that's amazing.
This is so cute.
So we're hoping for a
this is
3 turn.
adorable.
I almost got a 3 turn.
Oh, so close.
Oh, I was also so close. We're going to do okay. Cool. All right, so this is one of the places where being gay is optimal because we're about to kiss Allison here in a very fun little animation, but if you decide not to kiss her, it gets you a fake game over screen, which is actually slower than kissing.
We don't want to go slow, we want to kiss.
Yeah. Someone just said the word hole in the chat, which is a line that Melody says if you approach a hole in a game, a part of the game that we're not actually going to go to, but it is there.
I did have some questions from chat, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a pacifist run?
No. So, I mean, this run is almost as close to a pacifist run as you can get. We do take one optional fight in the first act to level up Claire to get a new spell. But past that, we only take fights that we absolutely have to. But yeah, there's no real way to get through the game without doing those fights. Otherwise, we wouldn't do them.
Yeah. Well, it'd be a little too hard too, I think.
Yeah. It's not designed for that. I don't know if y'all are getting the ethers here, but I sure am.
Oh, yeah.
am.
Yeah, they just save my bacon all through Act 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried not getting them and regretted it. So yeah, definitely getting them.
One fun thing about, and by fun I mean extremely frustrating thing about how this game works is that if you spam Z, the game wants to be like, oh, are you sure you want to like go through this dialogue option and say this? So if you're spamming Z coming into a dialogue option, it will like lock you out of selecting it for a second. Yeah. And sometimes I get stuck on that. Or Z as in select, sorry. I'm on my keyboard mode.
However, you can, because we're on keyboard, the two of us at least, you can hit enter instead of Z and it'll override.
Interesting. I actually didn't know that. Good to know.
Yep, found that out on accident.
Yeah, there's so many
play a
things in this
controller.
game where we'll like just talk about it to each other, and we'll be like, "Wait, you can do that?"
Yeah, there's a whole thing in the very last stage of the game that we only found out because I did it casually and just like, oh yeah, then you just do this. And everyone's like, what?
What is it?
Sorry?
What thing was that? I kind of forgot.
Oh, it was the dialogue prompt right as you are leaving town for the last time.
Oh, yeah. The one that was in what we thought was like basically just 5 minutes of walking around, and then we realized it was 3 minutes of walking around instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely helps. Sure. Yeah,
This is
and
what I always get for my thumbnail.
Oh, yeah. I've seen this on thumbnails before. I'm gonna have to partake here, that's fine. Forgot that. Yeah, so... Oh, that should be fine. Did the wrong attack as clear, but it's accidentally faster.
Okay, so when did y'all start speedrunning this?
I started
Like a couple weeks after it came out.
about a month and a half ago.
With the game a month, right? For Frame Fatales?
Yep.
To kind of give some context about what Game of the Month is where in this, in our community for Frame Fatales, determines like what games to select to play for that month, and you get to play and learn the speedrun together as a community. It's a lot of fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I was the one who suggested this after joining in, gosh, not super early into the life cycle of this game's run, but fairly early on.
I'm glad you did. This is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's saying we're neck and neck right now. Yeah, it's going to be that way up until the dungeon we're about to enter, because there's a lot of things that can go wrong here. Not as much as later in the run, but there's time you can lose for sure.
I lost quite a bit of time on menuing.
Yeah. Menuing is not my forte. I actually have a notebook open next to me, like a physical notebook that I hand wrote in, that shows me all of the equipment menuing I need to do. And it's not actually correct right now, but I'm just going to wing it.
Yeah, I got a miss on the opening round of the Big Dust Bunny, so I would imagine I'm a little bit behind. But yeah, the other reason to play this game is if you like glitch aesthetics.
Oh yes. It has all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So we just learned the skill Purify, which is both a thing you can use in battle to remove the corrupted status effect, which is basically, glitch aesthetic. And it can also remove barriers in the game, which we use exactly once officially. Well, I guess there's one where they make you use it for like story reasons that you don't actually control, but yeah. We use it in this dungeon, and that's it. Then, yeah. I got hit by the chest garter in the bottom right one.
Me too.
So encounters in this game, basically most enemies, if they see you, they will follow you. You can outrun them. No, I think they usually catch up to you, but if your path is short enough, you can barely miss them. Yeah.
I put the key in the wrong spot.
Oh, you just reminded me. I forgot to put the key somewhere, so I'm going to do that.
That is 3 misses from Allison. What is this?
On what? The mobile hand?
Oh no,
Yeah,
I was just taking an optional. I was missing on Dust Bunny Sages.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to put this key in. I'm going to go do that. Thank you for reminding me. I literally forgot. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal.
I love that the battles are very, very quick to escape.
Yeah, that is nice. I've been playing some Pokemon Violet lately, and the difference is stark. Like, if you hit a Pokemon in that game, just... I'm not even speedrunning it, don't know. But, yeah. So it's really, really annoying when we get hit by an enemy we don't have to get hit by, but it's like 3 seconds, maybe. So. This is the part where we use Purify. I say we, as if I know that everyone else is on that part of the game, which they might not be.
Not quite, almost. I have to go back and put that key in.
Yeah, I just picked up my 3rd key.
I just put my 4th one in, so... I gotta ether Claire. That's why we had to pick up those ethers, by the way. They replenish MP, which Claire uses a lot of, and doesn't have a ton of to begin the game with, so... Yeah. So the reason we got one optional fight in the bottom right room is because now Claire knows Frost, which this enemy is weak to. That's a slight mistake there. That's fine. Should be okay. Okay, now. My hands have been shaking a lot during runs lately, and this is no exception.
Definitely.
Like for no reason, even when I'm not on good pace, it's been happening. So I've always had an issue with shaky hands, but it's just popped up a lot recently. But that fight was optimal, 4 turns, Core Guardian, so you love to see that. We lost no turns in that dungeon, which is very, very nice.
Jealous, TBH.
Yeah. It's very, very easy to lose turns, just like misses and just like bad rolls. Yeah, I've somebody mentioned math in here. I have routed out like the typical damage you get on each attack for all of the fights up until like I want to say midway through Act 2, which is nice to have, but it doesn't always go the way you want it to. So it's more of a suggestion than anything else.
Yeah, basically every non-magical attack has a certain amount of variance on it. For basic attacks, it's 5% plus or minus, so anywhere from 95% of the base power to 105%. For Allison's specials, it's 20% or higher.
Yeah.
For all of Claire's spells, there is no variance, which is actually really nice.
It's really nice. You can always get those most of an eggs with a single Scorch. It's very nice.
Yeah.
We love Claire in this household. Yeah, and like that's not even taking into account stuff like crits and misses and counterattacks, which is going to be a thing like halfway through Act 2, which we're about to start for me. We just got to get through a little bit of Javising. Everyone else says Javis, and I always read it as Javis, And like literally everyone else I've ever heard talk about this game says Jarvis, and I'm like,
I mean, I think it's okay as long as it's not Jarvis.
yeah, as long as it's not Jarvis, it's correct.
Jarvis.
I actually don't have a timer up right now. Do this. Jarvis. Oh, why did I speak to Mona? There's no reason for me to do that. I've done that in a run before, where I just randomly speak to Mona coming in.
I used to do that.
I don't know why I did that. It's just something I started to do.
Well, you have to say nice to the good mouse girl.
Yeah. She's just so kind to everyone except Claire.
Yeah.
So, speaking of Javis's name, I did put J''AVIS into Google Translate once to see if it was anything in French. Google Translate says it's I notice, and I'll have to ask any French speakers in the chat to verify that.
Oh, Nat Merrick is in chat, and Nat Merrick is a French speaker.
I'm
So we're gonna
learning
talk to
French,
Holly.
but oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Holly to get the secondhand staff, which is a surprisingly new development considering it's like right in front of us. We used to not do that, but now we do. Or at least I used to not do that, because I ran this game when we didn't have a good route.
Look, you've laid the groundwork for all the future developments that have come since.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody else would have submitted this to speedrun.com, but I take pride in being the first.
And we appreciate you.
Thank you. So here we're gonna go talk to Beverly. One time I got really excited because I thought you didn't have to do this part of the game, where you go and talk to Beverly, but then I was doing it in a run, and I went and skipped back by it, and then Claire was like, hey, we should go talk to Beverly, and I was like, oh, well,
Yep.
I guess I just went somewhere for no reason.
Yep, I did that too.
All right, so now we're going to go into Leon Magic and get 2 spellbooks that are going to be very useful. I am. I think NBZ is doing a different thing, but I'm getting, I should equip, some cardboard boxes from the dungeon, which is nice. They're very weak armor, as you can probably tell. Yeah, we get Spellblade. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, as I said, the boxes are better than nothing.
Oh, for sure. It's really nice that we have them, because Claire is a glass cannon.
I accidentally bought Spellblade.
Oh,
Did
well,
not want to.
that's what we do. Hopefully this
But I
freezes
don't
out.
want it.
There's some
Actually-
backup cash you can pick up, so...
Oh my gosh, this menu is...
Mr.
Very
Frog
bad.
Wall.
There we go. Okay.
So yes, the frog balls are very beloved in the community. They're very fun, and they get bigger when you damage them. They have
Rude.
silly faces. So yeah, Inner Beast is one of the spellbooks we pick up. It allows Allison to do a slightly more, or not even slightly, like a decently more powerful attack for some MP. We won't be using it much after we get Chronomancer, the spellbook, but it is nice for this part of the game, especially for Trash King, which is the next boss coming up. I'm seeing some frog ball in chat, which I very much appreciate. Typically, I can't look at chat during this run because the game plus my timer covers up my entire screen. But now we're vibing. Oh, please don't look at me, enemy down there. Thank you. Yeah. One time I had an idea that we should mod the game so that whenever you use a attack from the Inner Beast spellbook, the game plays the the Mr. Beast rap battle opening audio. And then somebody actually went and did it.
Amazing.
It was beautiful.
Oh, wow. That's so good.
We're gonna do that. Allegedly, apparently, I should be able to get this enemy in one turn here, but I've never actually done it in a run. So, boo. This is also my favorite song in the game, if anyone was wondering. I remade this entire thing in MuseScore 3 because I was bored one time.
Nice.
We're going to do one ether on Claire. Whoops. We're going to do one potion on Claire. Now we're going to enter this door to the astral plane. It's just a door sitting out in the middle of nowhere. And the reason we're entering it now is not because we're actually going anywhere, because this is our little fast travel mechanic. But it's because if we don't do it now, we won't be able to get to it when we need it later. We're going to go through Leon Magic because there's one in the attic. And if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to get there. So, this is the Trash King. He's a bird. We're going to use Inner Beast here, and we're going to use Scorch. There we go. So this guy has these 2 trash bags that heal his hit points, as you can see there. So we're going to do that, and we're going to do that. So, not that it really matters that much, but... Oh, the Trash King's barrage missed every single one of my party members. No joke.
What? What kind of luck is that?
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, actually. So, the reason I'm using Frost here is because the animation is slightly faster. But a lot of the enemies do have... That was a really fast Trash King fight. So a lot of the enemies do have like elemental weaknesses, which is something that Claire is really, really helpful with.
Attacked with the wrong thing. Shoot.
Oh,
No, I
no. Oh, nice.
I lied.
It was a like reasonably fast Trash King fight. I don't know how that happened.
My first attack missed.
So if anyone's wondering what we're going on with the story right now, we're trying to find Jody, who is my favorite, and she's a tiger who went off. She's just missing right now. But she's the best, and I adore her. Nice dodge. So this guy goes in circles. We're gonna wait for him. He goes really fast. I'm gonna grab this Mega Ether, although I don't think I needed it because I have some saved up from the dungeon.
There we go. Trash King down.
Nice. You save before it?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I did not.
I didn't.
Trash King. Trash King is the single most trolly fight in this run for me in particular.
Yeah, I could see that. He's a bit of a mess.
I used the Magical Girl spellbook, so I just have full party healing, and it's not an issue.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Granted, with the most updated strats on it, I think it's probably way less of an issue.
Oh, yeah.
I just
Yeah.
have bad memories at this point.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I used to get really hung up on him as well. I'm gonna grab a Tear of Revival here for a fight later on that everyone hates. It's so hard. It's the only time I'm going to be saving this run if everything goes to plan.
Yep.
It's a nasty fight. So this little scaffolding bit here is often very annoying with these enemies just walking around on narrow pathways. One thing that happens sometimes in this game is the enemy will walk onto a pathway and then back up onto the pathway. So you cannot get through. You have to just keep pushing it back. And it is the worst. So we try to avoid that whenever possible.
And sometimes they'll make it so that if you push them backward to where you need to go.
Yes.
And then you're just stuck forever.
Yeah, unless you fight them. There's a specific place. There's a specific place in the Neon Labyrinth, which is coming up for me, where there's an enemy in a space where if you don't go through it really quickly, it will force you to fight it when it's not technically necessary.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're going to, I need to ether, Mega Ether Flare. Cool. So this is the next boss fight coming up here. It is the first reason we have Magical Girl on Melody, which is a healing spellbook that allows us to do a full party heal. Or not like full, but it heals all your party members, is the thing. Oh no. I am having trouble figuring out what to do with my inputs. Okay, yes, so this is the attack, which is why we have this spellbook. Is the... almost accidentally did theme song. That would have been interesting. Y'all would have heard Allison's theme song. Yeah. Okay, so that's the boulder. This always spawns, don't worry. It's a lot of damage if we get hit by it, but the nice thing is Claire can always kill it with one frost, because that attack, I believe, doesn't miss, I think, if I remember it correctly. Alright, not a great fight here, but it's fine. So that's Jody. She's wonderful. She's my favorite. I will never run out of good things to say about Jody.
I thought I would kill it, and I didn't.
Jody theme, let's go. Yeah, Jody theme is great. I love that song. All of the Act 2 songs go really, really hard. Like, all of the songs go really hard, but especially the Act 2 songs, in my opinion.
Hello, Jody.
Oh, you're there too, huh? Oh, I don't know how I avoided that. I have a tendency in this game to somehow avoid hitting enemies, despite everything going against me.
I tend to go face first in all of them.
Yeah, sometimes I walk into them when I really don't have to, on accident. So, very hit or miss. This is the closest we get to a break in this game, this undead fight. That is the longest you can keep your finger off of any of the keys.
Yes.
That's the malcontent mummy we just fought a couple of times. She's actually a character. And now we do some equipment. And then equip, I believe it's Allison, Jody, Melody, Claire is what I usually have. Nope, that's correct. And then we do... Wait. Hang on. I'm having so much fun with this equipment. Okay, there we go. Really managed to figure it out.
The equipment screens are not going well for me either, so...
So we are really close.
I just finished up my glyph fight. I messed up one of the required ones along the way.
Oh, ouch.
Such is life. Yeah.
So this is Allison's mom, if you didn't pick up on that.
Hi. Still might not be enough.
We had Jody just tell this whole long story, and it took us like 3 seconds to get through it. I think it's funny. We do not want to hear what any of the characters think. It's so funny because all of the options to like talk about your feelings as Melody, we don't do those because it's extra text boxes. So this is a very emotionally restrained speedrun, except for all the kissing.
Barely made enough money.
Oh wow, yeah. I always, yeah.
Screwed up in the beginning.
Oh yeah, did you get the one of the bunnies on fire?
No, I accidentally bought the Spellblade,
Ah, yeah, that's the one.
but I picked up a tier of revival, and that saved me.
Alright, this is fine. This is one of the times where the enemies are extremely annoying. And now we're going to let Jody go through. Please don't. Okay. For now. This is a Neon Labyrinth. I think it is a rite of passage with the speedrun to get lost in this on your first run.
Very much so.
But we have now found a very nice path through this that I quite like. So this is the first fight in which we use Speed Up, which is a very fitting spell to use in this run. And it basically lets you do your normal attack twice in a single turn. It's quite nice. It is basically the reason this run is as fast as it is. And now we have a
Most
key.
powerful spell in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Another thing that we've added that's the most powerful one of its kind in the game is, we were discussing this in the voice chat earlier, is the right back at you charm, which is the little mirror accessory we put on all the characters that I bought 4 of. And basically it lets you counterattack. So what happens is when an enemy attacks you, you have a 25% chance of countering, which means not only do you get an attack on them, but also their attack doesn't affect you. So it's extremely nice. I got unlucky with this. Well, let's do that. I got extremely unlucky with this encounter. In the maze, I have 3 enemies.
Oof.
Yeah, at least it's not the one with the Helper Jelly Chromatic Colossus. It's very convenient. Okay, they didn't corrupt Jody, so I'm happy. Oh no. I should have attacked that turn spaceman. Oh. Nice! Just got a counter with Claire, showing off what I meant by the counterattacks. Yeah, we'll hit Allison. such an annoying fight. Okay, we finally got through it. And now we're going to activate the sand switches, which will help us complete the rest of this dungeon. Is anyone ahead of me at this point? Should I stop commentating?
No, you are good.
I just want to make
You're
sure
doing
that I'm
a
not
very, very good job.
I'm not like behind anyone.
Yeah, no, I just got my
Right.
first neon key.
Okay.
I'm in the maze.
The maze is so cute.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I got my sister to play this game actually, and she was just playing it, and she sent me a picture of them. It's just a picture of it. I was like, yes, I completely agree. So that's a star fruit. We're going to use it for a fight later, but right now we don't need to worry about it. We just need to go get that.
Alright, maze time.
Good luck on that encounter.
I only got 2 enemies, luckily.
Nice. That's very nice. I used to do a thing where, like, if it didn't give me fewer than 3 enemies, I would like flee the battle and try again because it does refresh. But then
right.
I always would end up just getting another 3 and just end up being wasted time. So I stopped doing that.
Is that how it always works, though?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, always.
I did have a question from chat in regarding to the fights. So how do the fight system work? I kind of want an explanation of that before I ask the question.
Yeah, so I guess on what level of detail do you want us to go into?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Oh, give me all the details. I love hearing everything
Oh
personally.
no.
Alright, so I'm not entirely sure how turn order works. But damage formula. Sorry?
There's a speed stat that all the characters
Agility
have, and
stat.
also certain agility. Sorry, and there's also certain moves have faster speeds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it does a combination of that stuff to determine your turn order in a given turn. And then damage is based off of the ability you're using. Your basic attack counts as an ability, all your skills count as abilities, all the random things enemies do count as abilities. And it compares them to the enemy's defense stat in that particular category. So if you're doing a physical attack, there will be a multiplier on the enemy's physical defense, and a multiplier on your physical attack. You subtract the 2 in the attack-specific formula, and then there is a chance to crit for a lot of things, and there are elemental weaknesses, which are multipliers on top of damage.
Yeah.
And I swear there's something I'm forgetting here. But it's all very straightforward arithmetic.
Yeah.
For doing damage calculations.
It's just a lot of specifics, which makes like what I did with the calculating how each fight goes on average makes it take quite a long time. Because I tried to make like an in spreadsheet calculator for attacks, and I just could not get it to be good, be any quicker than just doing it by hand. So.
Yeah, the one annoying thing is that the game rounds off damage values at various points that it does not tell you, because it's just doing all that under the hood.
Interesting. Okay.
So we just saw our first cutscene skip there. Have we explained cutscene skip yet?
Nope.
No.
You should go for it.
So basically, one time in this specific fight, one of our runners had the game crash, which was annoying. And then when she went to do another run, she got to this fight again, and she was able to skip the cutscene before the boss. So it turns out that I did that wrong. It's fine. It turns out that there's these switches within the game that get turned on whenever you enter a fight with a cutscene before it, and get turned off every time you beat the fight. So if you go into the fight, but then don't leave it, the switch stays on game-wide. And what the switch does is it allows you to skip the cutscene. Oh, so, someone's saying that was me, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's Callie in the chat. Absolute legend.
And that was my first time seeing this cutscene skip. And
Nice.
still pressed watch the full thing instead.
Oh, I almost did that. Oh, I'm so sorry.
And of course, the moment we figured out that this one was here, the immediate first thing we all did was dive into the game and the game's code to try and see if it existed anywhere else. And it turns out it shows up in exactly one other place.
And that place is right before the worst boss. Just the worst one.
Mm-hmm.
There's no debate on which boss fight screws you over the most. It's that one.
Yeah, no debate at all.
Yeah, it's not even close.
I will say Paula, the second Paula fight is sometimes a little scary, but nowhere near as scary as Javis one. Dang it.
Oh, this is quite a fight.
I don't know what's going on.
It's like you're like really close neck and neck between you and BZ.
Ah, fun.
Oh, Leggy and myself.
Yeah, Leggy. Sorry, Leggy.
Oh, interesting. I just got hit by one of these encounters that is very rare to hit in the control chamber. The rare fourth encounter.
Oh my gosh. I didn't even know you could.
Yeah, I didn't until like a couple runs ago when I got hit by it. But these encounters, basically the enemies flee after the first turn. And two up here you can dodge, but it's difficult and RNG based. And I hit 4 encounters, which I think is a record for me. So my worst
record.
Yeah, my worst ever control chamber. Let's go.
I think you have to say the line.
Oh, this has never happened before.
New record?
Yep.
So you may be noticing that we're just flicking between rooms right now because this is a repeating room. It will be in the same room no matter what path you go through. Someone just said, God, this section is so creepy. Yeah. Basically, in-game lore, there's a mana leak in this control chamber, which is sort of like a gas leak. And basically, it's getting to Melody, and she's thinking that she's ending up in the same room after going through a bunch of passageways. So we just go through the one that's nearest to us, which is the one that we just came out of. And now she's seeing double, as they say. Someone said, "Say the line, runner," and the runner sighs. This has never happened before, but I was so excited to say that line.
It's always fun.
It is. I actually had it for my first time during Frost Fatales, and yeah, I was just like, I guess it is a thing.
Gosh.
Like I never had it until it happened, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
it's fun.
And welcome to Act 3. This is, I like to lovingly call it Act 2.5 because it's very short.
It is a very short act, yeah.
At least it's very short when you're a speedrunner.
Are you kidding me?
It's very short when you know where you're going.
I almost
Yeah.
got a 2-battle maze.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got grabbed at the last possible second.
Same.
oh, that's annoying. I'm getting so many encounters on Sapphire Coast. Like every single one. It's another great song, by the way. Just such a vibe.
It is.
I got grabbed by a 4th encounter in Sapphire Coast.
Oh, no.
Once again, this has never happened before. Yeah, so this part of the game, Act 3, is entirely just a bunch of dungeons that are very hard to navigate if you are seeing them for the first time. Basically, our hometown Green Ridge got glitched up by Javis and his gang. And we're going to go save the day, but everything is not where it used to be. So it's a bit of a mess, as you can see.
It's also where I lost 2 minutes to getting body blocked by an enemy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
Always a time.
Let me
I'm gonna go with a
guess.
time.
I'm going to guess it was the wing wheel in the corridor, like the south end of the first corridor.
When you're going down to the library, or coming up from the library, rather.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
That is one of my least favorite enemies in this game. Or at least
Awful.
encounters.
Awful.
So right now we're going to go find some of our townspeople and rescue them from the glitch world. Because sometimes you can get stuck in glitched houses. Or, you know, the characters can get stuck in glitch houses. Unless you get stuck by that wing wheel, the glitch houses are pretty easy to get through when you know what you're doing. This is Joy and Sherry. They run the... I guess it's the closest thing this game has to a black market.
And we buy nothing from them the whole game.
I used to buy a couple things from them, but then I realized it was slow. This is where you're actually supposed to talk to Mona. Not at the beginning of Act 2, before she stops playing. So yes, this is the infamous corridor coming up that has so many encounters that it is just so hard to avoid, like this one, the Core Guardian, and this one coming up is the wing wheel that I was talking about, and it can just get in some really difficult spots, and I'm just gonna zoom through here, and it should miss it, which is nice.
And I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep walking straight ahead. Nothing bad can go wrong, and then I immediately get jumped by 2 encounters back to back. Love trying to dodge between houses.
Oh. Yet another encounter.
So close. Let's go. This is Rescue 3 out of 4. This is the iconic Leone family of the supervillain grandfather, the supervillain granddaughter, and the very tired mother.
Which the child, there's a side quest to bring a special item back to them. It's their special item. It's a knife. And you can either give it to the child or turn it into the mom. And my partner and I got into a disagreement because I would have given it to the child instead of being a narc, but he decided to be a narc.
There's a song in this game called "Don't Be a Narc." It's the the track for Joy and Cherry Shop, the black market one.
Turned around somehow. It's annoying.
So this is one of the many gay moments in this game. Beverly and Claire are gay for each other, but they won't find out about it in this run because we don't do that side quest. Which is probably the thing I feel worst about in this speedrun. We never let Claire find out. That's why I decided to put all quests on the leaderboard. So we're going to go back into the basement dungeon. A little story convergence that the basement dungeon helps us get past the barrier that Kate has put up. Oh yeah, Faith and Jody are gay for each other, and they're just now meeting back up after Jody went out exploring in Act 1. So it's a bit of a moment.
Wow. Aww. I love those moments.
Yeah.
Rescuing Mona.
Hell yeah.
This enemy. Get out of the way. Alright, I didn't get body block.
So it's funny because my sister, who is also a furry, her persona is a mouse, and she's worked at a library before. So when I saw that character, I was like,
oh my god.
Okay, so this is a very stressful part of the game where we have to not step on these traps or else we do an unskippable fight. I'm going to take it very safe there. There are 3 moments like that in this game. One of them is coming up pretty soon, another one's in Act 5. This is the Guardian's Falls. Probably my least favorite routed part of the game, just because we go do a thing that's like very out of the way, but it is pretty necessary for what we want to do with the route.
Yeah.
Oh, that's never happened before. Never gotten hit by that.
I don't know why, but it's always so satisfying hearing that's never happened before.
Yeah, very mean.
Speaking of partners and relating to characters in this game, my wife is a disaster lesbian cow fur, so...
Ah, wonderful.
It is quite excellent.
I feel like I'm one of the only people who played this game and related to Jody the most. Everyone likes Claire, everyone likes Melody, everyone likes Allison, and I'm just here with Jody.
I definitely connect most with Melody.
Oh yeah, for sure. So
Same.
Yeah, the key we went and got on the right side of that hall there is up for this part, which is another trap area, which I am going to be extremely careful on, because this one's a lot harder than the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Normally I can do that pretty fast, but recently I stepped on that trap on accident, and it was a very this has never happened before moment. So I ever since then I've been very careful. Oh, I misentered the code. It has happened before, unfortunately. So this is the part where we get all the equipment. This is completely optional in the game. I actually didn't do this in my casual run. And so when people were talking about adding it to the run, I was like, wait, what are you talking about? So it was very nice coming in here and speedrunning it, and that was my experience of getting there for the first time.
So I'm swinging around and picking up the fighter's headband, which is a nice piece of equipment that we can put on Allison to give her some more physical damage output.
Oh. I always screw that screen up.
We are mostly good on HP, so I'm going to go with it. I'm not going to walk onto that path right now because that enemy is going to block us if I do that.
I was going to ask, is there a good time? Just let me know when y'all are not like in a boss fight from what it looks like, but just let me know when it's a good time to take a break. Just let me know.
Yeah, so there's actually a very, very long set of cutscenes coming up for me after this boss fight, so that would be a great time to do it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I
perfect.
think I have everything equipped.
I really need to play this game.
Oh, it's so
It
good.
is so good. It's so good.
Ooh, I almost forgot to get the equipment. Ooh, that would have been bad.
Oh. So this is Paula. She's a former co-worker of Allison's, who does not like her very much, so she decided to side with the evil team, which is not very nice of her. Oh wait, I'm gonna go do the thing that we got all that equipment for. Paula is a very not much liked character, but I like her. Like is a complicated word for it. I think she's a good character.
He is a well-written villain.
Yes.
Yeah, I can fix her.
Is it the villain that you love to hate?
It's the villain that I hate to hate. Because I can fix her.
Fair. Also, we're coming up on my favorite piece of dialogue in the game, which is just Allison shouting, "Sword!"
Oh yeah, absolute banger of a dialogue, right there.
Sword.
So I've run out of mana on Jody, which is the issue with this. It's the issue with this putting Chronomancer on her at this point. But past this, she should be fine. All right, so right here would be the cutscenes if you want to go up, read out some donations if everyone else is fine with it.
Yeah, I'm right before the Paula fight, so I'm down to pause.
Okay.
We pause?
Alrighty. Well, we will be going on a break for Legally Cute. We just have to make sure to stretch, get that water, take care of yourself. Maybe grab a little blanket because it's nice and cold and we've got to get cozy and snuggly. But we will be back with some more super lesbian animal RPG, so stay tuned. Well, hello everybody. This is Cutie Roo. I am bringing you some more Legally Cute. I hope we had a nice little break. I sure did. I have my blanket here and I am happy and cozy and warm and very, very happy to watch some more super lesbian animal RPG. I do, before we get into the race again, and we're actually having a great time on the racing, I just have a few little things just to remind y'all about. SGDQ 2023 is coming up on May 28th through the June 4th in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the off-site volunteer submissions are open until March 22nd. If you're interested to learn more, go to gamesdonequick.com for all that information. Also, PAX East is going to be coming up. It's on March 23rd through the 26th, and we will be there. So be sure to check out the speedrun stage if you're interested in watching some speedruns or playing through the gauntlet. Also, just another last reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to press that like button on this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, go to our Twitch channel if you're interested in looking at our live content. And all the hotfix starts weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern and weekends at 1 p.m. Eastern. Alrighty, everybody, are we ready for our race?
Ready.
I'm
Ready.
excited.
I'm
Here we
returning
are.
on an accurate text box for me.
Okay, well, whenever I'm ready, I can do the countdown.
Go ahead.
On 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Okay.
That was a great text box.
I returned to fleeing, so
Oh,
pretty
wonderful.
accurate, I guess.
I mean, that's like half of this game.
Yeah.
So, we just saw Javis summon Queen Verena, who is also apparently the goddess of magic, allegedly. So, and she's who we're supposed to be fighting against. So it's going to be a fun little time trying to train to defeat the goddess of magic in a fight. And since I'm just in cutscenes, y'all have free reign to say whatever.
I believe we're both fighting Paula.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If I can remember what buttons to press.
Someone asking what this game is about in chat. I think somebody else got the answer, lesbian animals earlier, which is accurate. There isn't a ton more to it than that. Like, obviously, there are plot points other than them being lesbian animals yet, but like, that's the main thing. And other plot points include talking VHS tape, a town of undead people, lots of gay, just so much,
So much gay.
and very good writing, I think, especially in this scene, which we're skipping through a lot. But
Please stop missing. Ugh, I've missed like 4 on Paula.
Oof.
oh my
4
gosh,
from Allison.
oh, that's so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I've got the fire wand on Claire, which Paula is weak to fire, polar bears, it makes sense. And so the nice thing about speed up is it works even when you have the fire wand and the frost rod equipped, so you get those double attacks with the elemental spells.
I think what I like about this route is that it's had contributions from like a bunch of different community members. Like, I want to say it was either you, Leggy, or Callie who came up with the Chronomancer, and then Punchy added second Chronomancer, and I decided to use Chronomancer on Claire instead of Jody. So it's like, it's a very, very team effort kind of thing.
Yeah, no, like, being part of this game and this community, and offering the small little routing suggestions, some good, some bad. I considered suggesting, hey, let's drop Magical Girl entirely, and that's not happening any day soon.
Nope.
That is more sensible than when I tried to suggest that we do the Faith and Jody Beach Day side quest early on in routing. That was back when we leveled up Jody to level 15 before Heavy Telly.
Yeah.
The jelly. That's one of my least favorite fights.
It's one of my favorites now that we have the strats for it.
Yeah.
I don't use the strats.
Oh gosh. I highly recommend them.
Yeah.
In my first run of this game, I think Heavy Jelly took me like 15 minutes on its own. And then we started getting the star fruits, which, by the way, convenient timing, we are actually about to get a star fruit right now. I don't know how that enemy didn't see me. What? Oh, there. Here you go. Had some very lucky encounters in this dungeon, though.
I am deep into the sad part of the cutscenes.
Oh, yeah. It's just a shame that we have to skip over that for speedrun. But also, if I don't read the text, I don't get sad, so it's not that bad.
True.
Fair. But like the countdown and the spotlight shrinking still does it for me every time.
Yeah. It's like surprisingly like slow. Mm-hmm. And I don't say that as an insult, like it's very well paced. Yeah, also very annoying for speedruns that it's well paced. Yes, this is Zinnia. She's a dragon. I love her. She is... Faith described her as her mentor, and so we got like this whole like, wise witch in the woods kind of vibe, and then she's just very nice and makes us tea.
I like her.
She's very good.
She's awesome.
Somebody saying there's...
I think that's my favorite character.
Oh yeah, she's up there.
For sure.
Yep.
She's talking about her history with Verena right now, which I won't get too much into because I want you to play the game for yourself. But, yeah. I have to do an equipment thing here soon. Now. Okay. I wasn't ready. What am I looking at? I think that's all I'm going to do. So now we're going to split up the party.
Yeah. The other thing of note that we missed earlier was, while going through the astral plane, there's a tiny little critter down the well. I'm sure that will not come up later. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm sure we grabbed that for no reason. So this is the Flurry Mountains, which is an interesting part of the game in which we split up the party to Melody and Claire and Allison and Jody. So the fun thing about Melody and Claire is that you don't have to take any fights as them. We can just go through this entire section without fighting once, which we of course do, because it's faster. And Allison and Jody, on the other hand, have to take one like regular fight, and then they also have to fight Paula. The regular fight is actually harder, in my opinion, because two of the enemies in there have extremely high dodge rates. Oh, God, please be nice. Okay, thank you. That enemy has caught me up on that ledge before. It is extremely annoying. So yeah, this though, basically we just go through some ice puzzles and get some berries for Zinnia to make more tea. That is our task. That is our training task for fighting the Goddess of Magic. And it's all part of Zinnia's master plan to get us to like make up, because Melody and Allison just had a fight, And so Zinnia wants us to like go and have a space from each other. And
Talk about our feelings.
exactly, and it works. Okay, I'm just waiting for this enemy to not be precisely on the path coming back, so it doesn't block me. This specific ice puzzle I'm on now, for some reason, gave me so much trouble casually. I don't know why, because it's not that hard. Or I would say it's medium difficulty out of all the ice puzzles. That was the Frost Rod. This is Picnic Set, which is just optional, but I like to have it. The Frost Rod, we're going to put on Claire once we re-equip. But right now, we're not going to do that. So this is a skater that we're going to pass him by. Because you cannot flee from that fight, fun fact. The fights that you,
I made that mistake. I made that mistake in the past.
Yes. I have lost a run.
Not to find like
one.
one of the 3 unrunnables in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got all those dragonberries. Claire tripped. Now we're going to heal her and talk about our feelings. And then go into, I guess, the second hardest portion of the speedrun.
Oh, I'm kind of curious how this is going to start wrapping up.
Yeah, so if anyone's keeping track, we are on Act 4 right now, and there are 5 acts and a very short epilogue. I guess in a very short prologue, but we did that already. We are, I would say we're roughly halfway through Act 4 right now, or I am. Well, maybe like a third of the way. So now we have this fight, which is not my favorite. It's a mess, I will say.
Hey,
I
Sage.
like the enemy, though. The little snowball enemy bat thing is cute.
It is so annoying to go against. Because it can freeze you, which I don't like very much.
Oh.
Oh. That's fair.
So you are seeing
frozen me.
you are seeing the ability of the bushy-tailed bandits to dodge our attacks, which is always extremely annoying. But that actually went pretty well considering, so I'll take it. Ooh. Ayo. That's the sound of an enemy chip being dodged. Okay. This is one of the harder ice puzzles. A lot of counterintuitive kind of things in it, but of course, we know how to do this.
Especially if you leave the cheats on.
Yes. I think I was saying before the run that I don't have... There's an additional guidance mode in this game. I don't know if anyone here has it on.
I do.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying I just leave it off out of pride because that's what I've always done, because I started speedrunning the game before the update came out that added the additional guidance mode, so I just do what I'm used to. But it will tell you the first move on the ice puzzles.
Yeah. The downside of it, of course, is that there's like 2 extra dialogue boxes it offers.
Yes. It loses time on 2 dialogue boxes, and that's why I don't do it. Which, honestly, given how many times I've accidentally gone on the wrong line for the ice puzzles, probably better expected value to just turn it on, but if I get it right, then it saves like a second. So, all right. So this is the scariest skater in the game. Well, I think the ones in Mount Sappho are probably a little scarier.
Oh yeah, that one's pretty rough.
This is a really, really fast one. So those are some ice puzzles that are very tricky, and the way I solved them casually was just guessing. And I guessed right.
That's not great. All right.
Okay, now I have to deal with this guy again. And we did it. Okay, that's a heart attack avoided. And then there's this little joke ice puzzle where you can just go down the way.
All right.
All right, so Allison and Jody are going to talk about their feelings now.
Second hardest fight of the game is over.
Which is... Oh, the bushy-tailed, yeah.
Just finished it.
Maybe third hardest. I don't know.
Ugh. Don't like my health right now.
Yeah, that's a thing on that fight.
Get some potions.
All right, so I'm going to do barrier on Allison first. Okay, we're going to speed drop now. So now she's both sped up and flame bladed, which I think is fun. Yeah, we're just going to keep going with this. So the fun thing about this fight is that you only have to get Paula to half health before she gives up. So we're going to get there pretty quickly now. I think now, yeah.
Always do that.
It's probably possible to actually like KO Paula there, but I've never done it. If you have like enough level, like if you're over leveled enough, you can probably do it.
That'd be pretty outstanding.
Yeah,
I'm really curious, like what happens if that occurs.
I am too, because the game does actually have data for like how much experience and gold she drops if you do beat her.
Oh wow!
So I don't know if it actually gives that to you or what. But now Melody and Allison are talking about their feelings, and it's a whole thing.
Aww.
A little hug. I like that.
Adorable.
I like that Melody wags her tail in that animation. It's very nice.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I take it safe here, and I stop at the vending machine before Paula too.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm doing too. I normally don't, but my health's too low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it
I just
auto
like
heals
having
you.
the 10 stack of potions to have Jody heal if needed.
It auto heals you before the Paula 2 fight, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Oh, okay.
I just mean, like, if Paula decides to focus Allison.
Ah, I see. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you get to play as Verena here for a brief moment. You don't do any battles, but
Oh yeah, for a very brief moment.
yeah, like when this part of the game popped up, I was like, oh yeah, okay. we're just Verena now. Someone mentioned earlier that there's a lot of purple in this game, which purple is my favorite color, so that might explain why I like it so much.
Purple is the best color. We all know this. And going into Paula.
Honestly, the colors in this game go well together.
Very well.
Oh yeah. especially with like everything to do with Verina's stuff. Like there's a scene at the very end of the game where you get to see like the night sky, and Reverie Reverie's the planet they live on. It has 2 moons, and you get to see those, and it's really cool. It's so cool. Someone putting orange in the chat, another good choice.
I do like my teal.
Oh, teal's great. One of my favorite color combinations is like a dark fuchsia and a teal together. It's very nice.
Ooh, yeah. I could vibe that.
I'm fairly basic. I like blue.
Well, blue's just good. There's a reason so many people like it.
Oh yeah, no, that doesn't make it not basic.
Yeah. I mean, basic isn't always a bad thing.
Exactly.
So, right now, Zinnia just gave us the thing to unlock a bunch of different areas in the game. Actually, multiple things to unlock a bunch of different areas in the game. And we will be doing a little bit of it. First, we're going to head through the Amber Woods. My favorite song in the game for a couple seconds.
And a very spicy Paula light.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh.
That can go poorly.
Yeah, it's usually fine if you're quick on the draw with having Jody play chemist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
I actually didn't use any potions in that fight.
I used one, but then the very next hit got Paula into the cutscene.
That would do
I think I
it.
used 2.
Oh, this is one of those times where it blocks your path. If anyone's wondering what that looks like. I got in the crater chest for Amberwood. Which is, I'll say it again, never happened before. So this is a fun place where we use the astral door to exit and then go back in and pop out at a completely different place. One where we just were. And now we're going to head into the Uncanny Valley. So I used to do this part of the game very badly, because I just didn't know where this key was. And so I used to like a bunch of extra fights.
I didn't even know that entrance was there until like my 3rd run.
Same.
Me neither, yeah. Another one of those rites of passages, like finding out that Uncanny Valley entrance exists. I also just thoroughly enjoy that there's an area in the game called Uncanny Valley.
Yeah. 2nd best area name IMO.
Yeah, after Mount Sappho.
Mm-hmm. Hey, spoilers!
Oh, well, I'm about to get there. Oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna show you why we got these critters in a second. So if you missed it, we've got critters from a well in the astral plane, and then just now a little side room in the Amber Woods. And Noel over here is our little plant little guy. This is the only way I can describe Noel here. We're gonna grab this this item for Claire, which is the only headgear Claire is capable of wearing in this game, because she likes her own hat better. Give me 1 second to concentrate, because equipment is unironically the hardest part of this game.
Oh, I can see why it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially because the optimize equipment button is really good, except when it's exactly what you don't want.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting right now with these
I can
spellbooks. Okay, finally got through it. I have, like I said, I have this notebook of like optimal equipment paths, and I realized it's wrong, so now I'm just sort of winging it. Like, not that it's not optimal, but that it doesn't get me the right equipment. I try to use the auto equips as much as possible, but They put the wrong spell books on, is the main thing. And now we're going to see why we have the star fruits. This enemy you can only damage it with star power attacks, which is the little star icons you see in the corner of their names on this battle screen. And we have these star fruits, which basically fill up their star power. And we're going to use a scrap cannon with Cody, because that is actually one of the ways around the star power gate. Is there's a skill, or there's a spell book that lets you do a scrap cannon, which I have on Jody right now. And it lets you do a flat 300 damage to just everything. I don't know why it's 290 on Heavy Jelly. I genuinely have no idea.
It's probably something to do with the way that they encoded Heavy Jelly's damage resistance.
Yeah.
Probably. It's very weird.
Ask me if I forgot to grab the key.
Did you forget to grab the key?
I did indeed.
No.
That's never happened before.
How about I forgot to grab the key with you?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Not too bad, but...
Yeah.
I swear.
The music, though, I have to say I love the music.
Oh, yeah.
I can't get over it.
I swear that last attack left the Heavy Jelly on, like, 1 hit point. But yeah, that's Act 4. The wiki is extensive, yes, that's true. I also have a spreadsheet of all of the enemy stats and party stats that's on the resources page for speedrun.com. So, I need to re-equip, hang on. Jody should have...
If we were still getting Jody fully leveled up, I just ran into a fight with the Platinum Lunar Scooter, so like that would have been incredible luck.
Yeah, we used to have a thing where we tried to level up Jody in the Uncanny Valley to get her to learn a star power attack. Why did I go back and hit that enemy?
But taking extra fights is slow.
Yeah, it's very slow, and once we realized we can just do star fruits, we were like, oh yeah, there's no reason for this. Actually, before we realized we could do star fruits, we were like, there's no reason to take these extra fights with Jody. Jody learned her first useful star power attack. Well, first useful for speedrunning star power attack at level 15. And she's just barely level 14 when you get to Heavy Jelly. Well, I'd say solidly level 14 when you get to Heavy Jelly. So we have to take an extra couple fights to get her to level 15, so we just stopped doing that.
My scrap cannon just literally missed. But
oh, wow. That's... I'll say it.
I did not know that could happen.
Say it. Say the line.
That has literally never happened before.
Oh, I forgot to do something. I forgot to put the frost rod on Claire, which is fine for this fight, I think.
I'm loving all these never been happened before moments.
Yep, and then we're gonna do we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. And hopefully this works. Because my party isn't looking too good on HP right now, because I don't have Magical Girl on. We spam through attacks. We can do it, yeah. So that was an unlucky 3-turn Lava Spirit fight. Or, not unlucky, I just did my equipment wrong, so I'm gonna go fix that right now. Well, that's not what I intended to do. Oh, right, it's not melody. Well, I guess we can do that. And then we can do that, and we're going to do that. Okay, yeah, see, that's why we don't like equipment in this game. By the way, in that hallway that we're about to re-enter, if you hit any of those enemies, you cannot flee from the fight. So it is bad if you hit them. So I'm going to be very careful here. So this door down here needs 2 keys, which is why I grabbed them. Which is why I have 2 keys. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, game.
Crazy stuff. What's going on in y'all's runs?
I just got the exterior mount Sappho key, and I ran into the enemy there 3 times.
Oh my gosh.
It refreshed the time it took me to put the barrier up.
There we go. Finished jelly.
Nice.
Just finished it. The fight takes a while because I don't get the star fruit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I only got one of them, so...
It was Beth, the Beast, and Mary Ina coming to help us out there because we helped them out with the ice block very early on in the run. It feels like ages ago.
This game is just so good. I already downloaded it, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, let's go.
I should have.
We do have a Discord server for this game in particular. It's linked on the SRC page.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there's like there's a Patreon Discord server for all the patrons for this game, for the creator of this game. And there's also a fan server for the people who want to talk about the game but aren't patrons. And there's also a speedrunning server. So you have plenty of places to talk about the game.
Okay. I'm in it.
Nice.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I would like to see this, like play this and see how it goes. I actually really love the game.
Bit of overkill to use a mega potion there, but I do like this fight is pretty tight with HP, so I don't want to risk it. We're gonna do that. Okay. I think this should be tight though. Yeah, so that's why we did that mega potion. One of these days they're gonna counter. Yeah, there we go. And we're just gonna attack. That was a little dicey, but Allison on 37 hit points. A little bit scary. I'm gonna be completely real with you. Yeah, so talking about it in chat, yeah, this game came out right before the end of 2022. And I believe I actually got this run on speedrun.com on January 1st, 2023. So I'm calling it the speedrun game of 2023. And speaking of dates, first of all, happy International Women's Month to all of the women out there. Also, happy Mario Day, for all the Marios out there. And happy birthday to me in a couple days. 13.
Aww.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Happy early birthday.
Yeah, I got a birthday present of an economics exam.
Oh.
Oh. Then when you're done, you can enjoy no more exam.
Exactly. I just used the elixir on the wrong person. So that's going to be interesting to deal with when we get to that fight up here. Now we're going to do that now. Oh, that bad to use that elixir on the wrong person? But it's like, I would like to have it be different. Whoops, we're going to speed her up and then we're going to attack. I'm probably going to use second aid on Melody next turn because I'm certain she's going to get attacked. So this is the fun police officer. Well, rather the fun police officer. Because I read it as fun police officer the first time I played the game. And then I realized as soon as he just declared that no fun was allowed, that it's actually the fun police officer. So. Yeah, so people are talking about the soundtrack. They would be correct to note that this Transcend soundtrack is one of the only ones in the soundtrack not written by the game's main composer, P. Quinn, who is lovely and did an amazing job on the soundtrack. But this one was written by, I believe, Decibel. Got the key to get Claire. Let me go get that. There we go. He's gonna kill me. Oh, you're trolling me. Okay. Yep, so this is one of the times where it's blocking where I need to be. So as soon as I get to Claire, I am going to use a picnic set. A picnic set is a full party heal, both of HP and MP, but you can only use it outside of battle. Fun fact, if you try to talk to that chest first in this room, Claire gets mad at you. She's like, you're talking to the chest before me? I did that on accident in a run and I felt so bad. I'm going to use the picnic set now.
I did it in my casual playthrough.
Yeah. I might have done it in my casual playthrough, I don't remember. And now we're going to go to bridges, which is another one of the times when the game can absolutely troll you with how the enemies go across the platform. And this specific fight is what makes, one of the things that makes, well, let's do, is what makes having Blair with the Frost Rod and speed up so helpful, because used to be the case that Claire was like our only reliable magical attacker in the party, and I'm losing my train of thought. And like she didn't have a lot of damage per second, and so that enemy on the right, which can only be damaged by magical attacks, wasn't very nice. So we're gonna do this Allison. We're gonna do, I don't know, like Bard, I guess, with Claire. Like, what else is she gonna do? I guess she could attack, but like, whatever. It wouldn't have changed much. There we go. Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna grab this hat, and then we're going to auto-equip Melody, which will also get Magical Girl, which is a spell that will be very helpful when we get to the first Javis fight, because Javis is hard.
Hardest fight in the game.
Yeah, Javis
stands for jerk.
Javis, yeah. I'm glad that I'm infecting people with my pronunciation of Javis. Okay. So we're going to go through the boss rush now, which is oh, I should not have this on Melody. That's fine. We'll do Frost then. We're gonna speed up. I should not have put Magical Girl on Melody, and I will fix that. Actually, no, I won't. It's probably going to be a two-turner anyway, so like it's fine. So we're just going to redo some of the boss fights that we've had before, such as Gumball Goliath. So another fight that we're supposed to do, or I wouldn't say supposed to, but like you can do it, is the gold armor fight, and this is the thing that happens if you step on the traps in the vault. I'm going to be very careful here. Almost double tapped an arrow key there. That would have been very bad. Not that we couldn't
I did
beat
that
it.
by PB today.
Oh, that's so annoying. Yeah. So we could definitely beat it very easily. It's just time loss. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll do that. Let's do that, and then we'll do that. There's no reason to speed up Claire here because she's got the frost rod, which is not very effective, one might say, against this enemy.
Ooh.
I said that weirdly because I always think of these in terms of like Pokemon weaknesses.
Oh, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, Pokemon has changed a lot for me and taught me a lot about weaknesses, but also playing like other RPGs. They're just different.
Yeah.
Like Final Fantasy is different.
Yeah, it's always weird being in Final Fantasy and using ice magic on fire enemies. Like, that's supposed to work like that?
All right. I'm going to save here because Javis 1 is horrible. I don't normally save there, but it's a marathon, so I'm going to play a little safe. Because I have died here before, multiple times. This is the other team skip, by the way. We're going to case Allison, we're going to do that. Okay, so fun fact, Davis has a corruption beam attack, which sometimes corrupts the party members. Not always, I don't know what the exact rate is. But we're going to do Gust, sure. Which sometimes corrupts the party members, but sometimes doesn't. And another thing is that Melody cannot be corrupted. It's actually not a very well-known fact, but yeah, it is impossible to corrupt Melody. She's completely resistant to it. So it's very nice when Javis attacks her with that. We'll do second aid, why not? And he attacked her with it twice now, I think.
I'm trying to understand what happened there with the side character.
The side character? Oh yeah, basically...
Oh, there it is. There. The video is being rendered.
I see. So now Allison has been corrupted, so I'm gonna have to purify her.
That's the worst.
Yeah, I mean it's better than her dying.
Yeah. I like this fight. This is actually a cool fight.
You're the only one.
Well, maybe once I play it, I'll have a different opinion.
Casually, I think it's probably
remember
fine.
when I said it was cool?
It's that feeling.
Like, it's not cool.
The feeling when you're an hour and 45 minutes into a run, only to have it get destroyed by one boss.
Oh,
It's a game
yeah,
over
that's
and run killer.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So sometimes when speedruns do that, because like their speedrun that I have played was Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, and the dungeon, like that was what we were playing earlier, and the Pazuzu Tower is a run killer.
Good old Jerkbird.
Yep.
I also
like,
run Mystic Quest.
Yes. Oh, okay. So yeah, like it's just basically like, you know what I mean, where it's like you're in the run for a long time, and then all of a sudden that one thing could be like the killer. Is just unfortunate.
Absolutely. And luckily, I just had that not happen. I had a pretty okay Javis fight, all things considered, which is the biggest hurdle in this game, so I'm very happy about that.
Oof. I forgot that Javis even had the total party corruption.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know yet. All right, time for Verena, the alleged goddess of magic. Spoiler alert, she's not actually the goddess of magic. Yeah, we're gonna fight her. This fight is long, but pretty safe, I would say, if you know what you're doing. I know frost air. No, well, that's not very kind of you.
Oh goodness, that's a huge
Yeah.
AoE.
The nice thing though is that she doesn't put any of them too far down in HP, so I can pretty easily just do this with Melody. This I'll heal, and everyone's fine.
I almost forgot to save going into Javas, but I remembered the last second.
Well, that is very nice.
And I remembered to skip the cutscene. Let's go.
Let's go! Yay!
A lot of wins all around in here. So
Yeah.
Verena's 3 of Pentacles is the attack I'm most scared of, aside from Blink, just because of time loss. Because it can freeze your party members, which is really, really not good. It's not the worst, but it's pretty annoying. And it is just very nice when they don't get frozen. Also does a lot of damage. We're gonna do that. Oh, whoops!
Oh, nice. Nicely
One
done.
Right. Javas one down.
GG's.
Nicely done.
GG's.
Set up the wrong person for that attack, which is irritating. Oh, now I can't do anything with it, so I'm just gonna do Cracking Armor. Everyone's favorite endgame attack.
I don't know if that's going to work, but we're going to try it anyway.
Magic missile here. We're gonna do a regular check.
Nope.
Yeah, so for those of you keeping score at home, cracking the armor lowers the target's physical and magical defenses by 25%, which, when we're in the end game here and bosses have, over 100 on those various defenses, it is quite nice.
Yes. And Verena has used my least favorite move, which is Blink, where she disappears and you can't attack her.
Oh.
And then she comes back with Magic Burst, which is always scary, especially when Claire does that. Claire does a Claire and has no hit points. Well. Oh, there's an example of Allison getting frozen. I'm going to Dragon's Cure her. I love it when attacks work. Allison might die here. We'll see. It's a good thing we have that Seer of Revival, but we're good. We'll do that. And we'll do that.
Had a very scary part of Javas 1, but finally made it through.
GG.
Very nice. Congratulations.
GG. Nicely done.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
honestly, all 3 of those fights were good. But I see what you were saying with the little scary moment.
Yeah, I had Claire get chained, and then Jody get glitched.
Oh, that's so bad.
Yeah, it was not good. And I had people at low health, but luckily Javas attacked the correct people for once.
Yeah, that's very rare. I had
So that's my second plate for Verena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had an ungood, opposite of good Verena fight, but I got through it. And now the grand finale of Javis turning into a biblically accurate VHS tape. You'll see what I mean.
Am I gonna think this fight is cool and then it's not?
This fight's fine.
It's gonna be a poo-poo fight.
No, this
Yeah,
fight's
The
pretty easy.
last fight is really fun.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it fun?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Javas 2 is a bit of a victory lap, honestly.
for sure.
Oh.
Welcome, biblically accurate VHS tape. There you go.
Oh wow. Oh my goodness, it is. Oh my goodness, what is this? That is quite a okay. That is quite an angel.
And so now what Claire is going to do is she's going to use the forbidden spellbook that got us in this mess to begin with to make us very overpowered, so that we can actually fight the other very overpowered enemy. Oh, by the way, the strat here is to, if you can manage it, let Claire and Jody get knocked out, because they don't do that much additional damage, and it saves time on like attack animations and having to select their move. So it's not like the worst thing if you have them alive, but it's technically a little faster to just knock them out. I rarely get Jody to get knocked out because she's a tank, but Claire is very easy to get knocked out.
Oh.
Let's see, we're gonna out of that, and then we're actually going to use Chronomancer on Allison here. So the thing is with this fight, on a future turn, I think the next one or the one after, this God King Javis is going to spawn an eye. Yeah, that's what's happening now. And Allison's directional attacks will be very, very effective against them. So we want to have her star power up, which is why we have her sped up, so she can get that star power up faster. You could probably use a star fruit for this too, but I think it's better for heavy jelly. But that is just my opinion. Let's see. We're just going to kiss Allison again. Or no, we can do that.
Yeah, if there was like a third star fruit that was easy enough to get to, maybe.
Yeah, that would be nice. Alright, so we have kept Jody alive and not corrupted for long enough to do crack in the armor. So we're going to go do that real quick. I'm just going to kiss Allison again because I don't really have much of an attack to do. We're just going to keep an attack boost on Allison that lasts longer. Or we're not. Oh, come on. Claire, just don't have 0 hit points instead of 12. That'd be very nice. Let's see. Nope, okay. And then maybe Jody will attack Claire. Because when... Or that. Or that. Cool. It's very nice. Oh, the attack boost didn't refresh. Okay, that's annoying. Oh, that only gave me half of the star power to do. That's irritating. We're going to do that again then. I'm playing this for Melody very poorly because I kept kissing Allison, not realizing it wasn't actually giving me the star power because she was already kissed. Melody's cleansing light, or I'm actually going to say that cleansing light. Because when Davis puts up a glitch barrier here, the cleansing light is the only thing that breaks through it. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do... You might be noticing with all these corruption waves that Melody and Allison aren't getting corrupted. And that's because they can't be, because they're now overpowered. Is Javis seriously not going to put up a glitch barrier? It's fine if he doesn't. I'm just like, okay. Alright, this was not a great fight, but I did my best. Okay. So Melody and Allison are now mana'd out. We saw it happen to Paula when Paula got hyped up on mana in Act 4 and got wiped out because it was too much. And so now the same thing is happening. to Melody and Allison. But even more, and so now we're in the epilogue. Did they survive? Did they not? We're going to find out. Now we're just in Verina's house. They survived. All right, so this is the epilogue. This is just a lot of movement. But yeah, we did basically the majority of the run. So if you want to commentate your more exciting parts, go ahead.
I think we're both on the boss.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm just, my party stayed alive long enough that I'm able to get a second attack boost up from Claire, which is great.
See, I did that too, but I was already attack boosted, and it didn't refresh for whatever reason, so it ended up being a waste. Or wait, no, I think it was because she didn't end up getting to do that attack. She got corrupted. It's fine. But yeah, we fired Javis.
And Javis 2 down.
Oh,
Congratulations.
Wow.
Jeez, nice.
Congrats. Yeah. Honestly, these fights have been going pretty well.
Yeah, it's gone surprisingly well. I would have expected something between, bushy-tailed bandits, Polisu, Javis, Verina, King Javis to go wrong, but... And now I'm being faced with the hardest challenge, getting down these narrow ledges. And we're also getting to hear another very good song.
Oh, I'd love to hear that.
It's even better. But we're not going to hear the even better part. And so this is the part that, like, you figured out that we don't actually have to go talk to Neo and Allison says we should. We can just keep going. And now we're going to sleep in Melody's house. And time for me is coming up here. It's going to be when the Super Lesbian Animal RPG logo appears on screen in the night sky. And that's time.
GG.
Thank you.
And Javis 2 dead at the same time. GG.
GG.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
You beat me by an epilogue.
Yeah, it's always fun to see when Act 5 ends. And see, like, if you get a sub 2 Act 5, sub 155 Act 5.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for the GGs in the chat as well. What was my time, by the way?
It looks like 1:58:58.
Oh wow, that's slower than I thought. Does that include the break?
Let me check on that.
If it includes the break, then that is a wild run. If it doesn't, then that's a surprisingly slow run.
I'm pretty sure it paused on break, but...
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was paused.
So, okay run, could have been worse.
Marathon stuff.
Marathon stuff.
Yeah.
After my first 2 acts, I was just like, I was assuming it was going to be really, really good, and then that happened. For reference, my PB is 155.23, and the world record is 154.41.
I'm coming up. Now.
GG's.
GG's.
Thank you.
Nicely done. I think that was just over 2 hours for you.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah, 2 hours and 44 seconds.
Very nice.
Yeah. That would be a PB without the weirdness around timing around breaks.
Yes.
Yep.
Time to go get a run that can actually get verified, I guess.
For sure.
Well, the timer was paused. To confirm, the timer was paused, by the way.
Yeah.
So
If it wasn't
I
paused, then that would probably be like sub-world record for Leggy and definitely world record for me.
Yeah.
But honestly, y'all did a great job. It's been amazing to watch this.
Yeah, this game is so good.
Yeah.
Time's
has
coming
such
up
good
for
vibes,
me
too.
soon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But yeah, really good game. Might see some names you recognize in here. I don't know. I keep recognizing people from these credits.
And
GG.
GG's.
GG's.
We all did it.
Aww.
We all did it and didn't
It
die in
was-
Javis.
Yes, I know.
Exactly.
Oh god, thank you.
Y'all did a great job.
Thank you very much.
Just to let you know what your time was, it's 2:02:18.
Very nice and done.
Yeah. Well, I want to say this was super, super adorable. Was there any shout outs or any plugs that you would like to use for y'all? You could go first, Kyra.
I would like to shout out the game's creator, Bobby Schrader, and the soundtrack composer, Beatrix Quinn, and also gay people in
Yes.
general.
Yes, I'm with this 100%. And did you have any shout outs, Leggy?
Yeah, I just want to shout out my two wonderful girlfriends, my wife. I want to shout out furries just in general.
sure.
I'm not a furry, but...
Well, I am, so I appreciate it.
Well, there you go. And yeah, I just want to shout out the entire community for this game. It has been an amazing experience, and I'm so grateful to be hanging out with y'all and getting to show this off.
Seconded for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely
Oh,
want
go
to
ahead.
shout out Leggy for bringing this into Brain Patel's Discord and doing Game of the Month.
100%.
And putting on tutorials, teaching everybody, and just hyping us up over this game. It's been a blast playing it for Game of the Month, and I'm looking forward to hopefully breaking that sub 2 hour mark here soon.
Oh, you got it.
Should probably learn the other strats, you know.
Oh, it's a matter of time. Like,
Oh yeah,
you're that close.
But yeah, just thank Judy for having us on.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Mm.
No, thank
No,
you.
thank you.
Honestly, thank you. No, thank you. No, definitely have to say that I really, you'll see me around because this is like Stardew / cute as, I'm not going to say that word, cute as
Cute as
things. It's cute. Yeah, there you go. Cute as heckness. There you go. So definitely love to play this, and I did buy it. I'm going to play it. Thank you all for being on here and showcasing for Frame Fatales, and that's the game of the month. And I really, really appreciate y'all doing this. And yeah, I just want to say, everybody, that is the conclusion for Legally Cute. But the show will be back in 2 weeks from now. Definitely have some more Frost Fatales and Frame Fatales community to show off some really cool games on that show too. We got Satan Loves Cake, we got BB, we got a lot of good games. So Alrighty. Well, thank you all. Y'all stay cute, trans rights, and let's all be gay together. Love you all and have a good night.
Good night.
Hell yeah.